A very warm welcome, one and all, to the Seaford Southern Tens. First match today on pitch 2. Christ College, there's the team. St Benedict's also. A testing challenge for both sides this afternoon. A little testing challenge for me because they're both wearing the same kit. Let's see how we go with this one. St Benedict's in the yellow socks. That's probably the most distinguishable part that we can tell them apart with. It's Christ College in the white, or green socks, in fact. And then we get the first line out of the day and an opportunity for them to strike early. Good play, played out wide. Unfortunately, it's knocked on, but we'll play advantage. And a great opportunity, first off, for Alex Gribben, the captain's contribution, getting the first score for St Benedict straight away. In a blink of an eye, inside the first minute, we get our first Seaford try. All came from an error from Alec Williams. Pounced upon. And a clinical score from St Benedict's, which put them 5 points to the good, and unfortunately, conversions missed. Just like in sevens, all conversions do need to be taken with a drop goal in this event. And once more, just like sevens, the team who scored will get to kick off once more. Joe Barrett wearing 10 for St Benedict's. Gets us back underway. A slightly miscued kick there, and it has fallen to the hands of Johan Cole. Done well, but handling errors once again from Williams has left Benedict's with the ball. As I mentioned in my slight little intro there, it's quite tricky to tell these teams apart, and the sun is beaming down here in the south, so if I get a name wrong here or there, please don't shout at me for it. First scrum of the day. Joined alongside me at the moment, I've got Cahill from some St Benedict's. A very good start for your boys, an early try, just what you want.
Yeah, definitely. We always look to start the games as quick as we can, put a bit of pressure on our opponents, and that's what I've done that from the off here with a try. Offload
to plenty from St Benedict's. Around the outside goes Jared Braddock.
But it's not backwards, play on!
Backwards, says the referee. We'll play on. Ball still in play. Has to be pounced on.
Gathered up there by Isaac Rush, that is.
Great work. Sweeping things up, making sure that ball is available, but it's been held up well by the men from across the border. Maul formed. How's he driving maul?
It's actually one of our strong points, actually. We don't mind a bit of a driving maul. Get a bit of momentum going. We can... in the 15 seasons, definitely picked up a few tries in that area of the game.
This one, however, smothered by Christ College, in fact, so it will be a Christ College put in. So how has the preparation for this competition differed from that of 15s? Because it is very much a different game.
Yeah, well, we see, we've been playing, we still play 15s up until kind of half term, you see. So we had a game during the week there, so we've kind of...
Crouch.
Just tried to kind of this week look at how the structure and the shape's a bit different, things like the line outs and stuff, but kind of just, yeah, working through our shape mostly. That's how we prepared.
Buffrey playing 9, picking his options well. Slightly isolated, however, but illegally, sets the referee. Buffrey wants to get things back underway and does just that, and utilises the likes of Owen Coyle, who makes some yardage up towards the 22. Going out the back, good work, and
good tackle
breaking
there.
the line. Hayward that time with the latest carry. Cherise making himself accustomed to that St Benedict's defence. It's Griffith who's pulling strings and putting people through holes, and they're getting ever so close to that try line. Good defence holding them out at the moment. Griffiths, ball down the line, and it's going to be Williams. Alec Williams, who made that costly mistake that gave St Benedict's the try in the first minute or so, brings it back and scores under the sticks to very much allow Christ College back into that game. Frustrating stuff.
Yeah, no, we definitely wouldn't want that to happen now, but I'm sure the boys will bounce back and we'll try and make something of this kickoff and hopefully get the ball.
It will be Christ College who get the restart. There he is, our try scorer, Williams.
Which way you go?
Just over halfway through this first half. 9-minute halves played here at Seaford, causing for 18-minute games, and what a shot that is. Well deterred, however, deferred in fact by St Benedict's, and trying to get the ball back through.
You've got to leave the ball.
Taking a quick there, Ollie has.
I don't know your players, so.
All right.
No. Yes, play on. Tackle.
Buffrey with options and utilising them well. That's Lloyd Powell on the ball, but it's been stolen. Good work from St Benedict's.
Yeah.
And a bit of chopsy costing Christ College an extra few metres.
Take every yard we can get, for sure.
Kick for touch, needs to find space, needs to stay out, but no, it doesn't. Instead, it's going to fall in the arms of Alec Williams, who looks to return the favour and instead turns on the gas. And there's an option out wide here. Kick over the top. Is it going to bounce kindly? No, it's not. That's unfortunate, and St Benedict's slightly caught napping there. Need to be finding those kicks to touch, don't we?
Yeah, they're always a killer, definitely. I think no matter what you, any team you play against, you want to make your kicks to touch. Just alleviates that pressure for sure. Yeah, Joe's kicking today for us. Charles is fortunately picked up an injury during the week and
when you're ready,
wasn't able to make it today. So got Joe on the boot on the kickoff.
You've doubly thrown.
Not straight, says the referee, and Christ College will have an opportunity to strike from a free kick, and good offloading work has got them out to the flanks. It's a lovely offload and handoff from Matt Price, who's going to shriek away down this left-hand side and score under the post. Christ College double down inside 2. And St Benedict's left shrugging their shoulders. Almost seemed a bit too easy there for Christ College.
Yeah, seems like we just got caught napping there off the kind of the quick ball from the free kick off the line out. Boys will be kicking themselves now on the post without a doubt. Big second half and bound.
Now we got time to kick off.
Jack Griffiths adds the extras. 14 points to 5 the score. Not long to go in this first half. Christ College, you can imagine, will be wanting to boot this ball down deep into Benedict's half and get this first 9 minutes over and done with.
Yeah, I think I heard the ref there say it was the last play of the first half, so see if that makes any difference.
Good take, however, from Braddock, who does make some meters, and St Benedict's won't roll over that easily. Joe Barron at that time. Good carrying.
Gabe Chambers there again. He loves the hard line, he does. Ooh, nice kick in there behind Joe.
Interesting nudge from Joe Barrett. Let's see how this falls. Calls of kick it off. Bring our first half to an end. Well, it started off with an almost perfect start for St Benedict's, who got the try early on from their captain, Alex Gribben. But then 2 quick scores from Christ College, using their width to their advantage, brings the half-time score here on pitch 2 to Christ College 14, St Benedict's 5. Here are the all-important scores. This one from Alec Williams. And then a great handoff from Matt Price, who found some extra gas and got away with the score. It's Christ College use of width that seems to be St Benedict's Achilles heel at the moment.
Yeah, see, I think so. You've been playing 15s all along throughout the season, maybe trying to adjust to how we adapt now with 5 less players on the field. Maybe we seem to be struggling with that, but got no doubt the boys will have a productive talk now in the huddle and come out all guns blazing this final 8 minutes.
What sort of conversations would you be having in that sort of huddle? What needs to be changed for St Benedict's to walk away with the points here?
I think we just got to look at being more clinical and attack and things like that. You know, simple things like making touch. You know, make sure we take every opportunity we get, and then just defense, just tightening up and make sure we stay connected in the line and you know, working 3s or 4s to just try and kind of push players around the pitch and dictate the attack and try and defend them.
Christ College, who will switch sides and we'll get this
ready.
game back underway through Jack Griffiths. Here we go then, another fairly scrappy restart, well picked up by St Benedict's, and they're on the move here, and numbers are on if they can get there, and if Dan Buffery has anything to do with it, I'm sure he'll deny that, but the penalty leaves St Benedict's with the ball, and I'm sure Joe Barrett will be looking to find touch with this one, deciding to go for the far side rather than the arguably easier near side to make touch, but instead he finds it well, and it will be an opportunity for St Benedict's to strike from the set piece. Yeah,
set piece is something we looked at this week, a bit different again to the 15s game, you know, but struggled there in the first half of that liner, but hopefully we just fix things a little bit here and look to use it as a scoring opportunity.
It's Christ College who once again come up with the ball. Josh Edwards that time pickpocketing it. Good ducking and diving from Christ College, and an excellent offload leaves them in space. Dan Buffery trying to get it away with the one-handed out the back. But it's St Benedict's who seem to have their hands on it now. And once again, there are numbers out wide. Just can't use it, however, and it's been hacked forward by Christ College, who bit scrappy that, and it changing hands and hitting the deck quite a bit. Sort of just both teams still trying to feel their way into this tournament, and it is an early start for you boys, so
yeah, we
you
set
can
off,
imagine
I think,
that.
from West London this morning at 6:30. So I was out of the bed at 5:30 about this morning to get it to the school. Stopped off on the way for a bit of breakfast, nice cup of coffee, but yeah, no, it is always a tough game. Is always the first game is always the toughest game, I think, in tournaments like these. You know, just trying to loosen up kind of after a long coach journey. It's always difficult.
It'll be Joe Barrett to feed this. He won't get an opportunity to, however, because it's early engagement from Christ College, so they have the free kick, and it'll be something that they'll want to work with. Some changes being made by St Benedict's. Who's coming on here?
We got Ben Ziprin coming on for Jem there in the props.
You're fine, you just got
Ben, big lad, likes to carry the ball. Also a big fan of his poetry, actually. He's writes a few poems, he does, Ben.
There you go, the more you know.
He's
a poet, and I definitely didn't know it.
out the tunnel, reset.
Will be a scrum reset.
Had 3 minutes, yeah.
Can't escape the scrum reset, even at 10s. Still get quite a few of these.
Yeah, it's a greasy pitch for sure out there. There's a wet ball. I'm sure there'll be a few scrums throughout the day.
Bind.
Definitely won't be the last you'll see on your picture. It's Harry Lyons.
Harry Lyons, yeah, Harry Lyons.
Feed the scrum.
No, I think it's come out the tunnel again there.
Stopped, however, by the referee, who's seen some issue in the scrummaging of Christ College.
We'll reset scrum.
Toby Moore coming on here now for Ben Adams.
It's come out the tunnel that side, so we're resetting.
And I think that is Bruno coming on for Jared.
Bruno Robinson making an entrance.
Guys, we need to hold that gap.
No, it's not great, that's Luke Prodressi.
Oh, there you go.
One of our 2-year 11s we brought along with us today.
Ready now.
Thrown right into the fire.
Reset.
And we'll have an opportunity to try and make an impact, and St Benedict's will want to get back into this game. This is the last thing that they'll be wanting to do, these scrum resets. Working down the clock.
He's trying to hook, he's just missing.
They need to find at least 12 points from somewhere.
Crouch! Bind! No, you've gone early that time, Benedict. You've closed the gap.
Free kick to Christ College again for early engagement. That's really the last thing that St Benedict's would have wanted. Good stepping, however, and that's Johan Coyle putting his dancing shoes on and getting on with it. Ball spilled, but well gathered, however, in the end, and there's options out wide, and this is Finn O'Donovan racing away using Williams. He's already managed to get over the whitewash so far this afternoon. Buffrey cutting good lines, trying to make indents on this St Benedict's defence, and again it goes out wide, and again it's Owen Conker, and again it's Christ College who get over the whitewash using that outside channel. Something they've obviously targeted in the first half and really doubled down on in the second.
Yeah, I know they've seemed to have found something there, and they've yeah, all credit to them. They've looked to exploit that. Coming away at points.
Jack Griffiths with a slightly testing kick this time. It's a good effort at it, but it goes awry. So the score remains at 19 points to 5, an even steeper hill for St Benedict's to climb to get back into this game with 5 minutes to go. But we've seen stranger at schoolboy rugby level.
Yeah, it's not over till the final whistle, as they say.
Exactly that. You're coming up with all the commentators' lines at the moment, Cohen. It's quite impressive your first into it.
I had a sneaky feeling I might find myself on commentary today.
There you go. Dropped and picked up, however, by Griffiths, and it has once again changed hands, and there's space out wide for St Benedict's that can use it, but the story of this half, a dropped ball and a missed opportunity for the boys from West London. They'll be kicking themselves for that.
Yeah, no, definitely. Yeah, you can see the wet field has really kind of played a big factor in this game with things like knock-ons.
Continue now. We're going.
It's got Eden Kennedy coming on there for Isaac Rush, I think. Just resting, putting a bit of rotation on.
More fresh legs for St Benedict's. That's what they'll need at the moment. Fresh legs, fresh ideas to be able to unlock this Christ College defence, but scrum time really not working in their favour, and it's a good line from Finn O'Donovan. Penalty though to St Benedict's. That could be the momentum shift that they need to get themselves back into this fixture, and Joe Barrett is wasting no time to get on with it. Good hands out wide, and they've got the numbers. Great dummy, but a hefty shot
it's a knock on into
on
touch.
Eden Kennedy. Welcome to the game, son.
Knock on into touch. Scrum or line out.
The try scorer, Owen Conker. Yeah, that might be his last impression on the game, and it was a lasting one.
Knock on into touch.
Done well. Owen Conker scored a crucial try, the last try that we saw here only a few minutes ago. And then a big hit on Eden Kennedy, which has resulted in this scrum. in Christ College's favour. One or two teams have come and made the travel from across the border from Wales. Option to go to the boot from Griffiths.
Straight out.
Out on the full, however. So we'll bring it back.
Hopefully we can look to make something of this now and get one score on before the end of the game, hopefully.
Really not long to go now. We're approaching the final minute, so you can imagine that this is Christ College's to lose. 14 points to the good. But it is St Benedict's ball. They've struggled at the line out. Third time's a charm for them. It's Kennedy who rises highest, but can't collect it. Instead, it falls into the hands of Johan Coyle. There's a free kick, says the referee. And St Benedict's will waste no time in trying to get this to the widths. Charles Hart is wrapped up in the tackle. And Griffiths as well, trying to make an impact. And penalty, illegally, says the referee. Christ College conceding and becoming ever more ill-disciplined as this game has gone on. Quick tap from Ollie Mays.
Go on, Ollie.
Makes a good line and tries to find some space in the gaps. Advantage, says the referee. Another penalty.
Just keep on the pressure here, I think, from the...
Another chance, this time through Jeffries. Approaches inside the 22. Red zone efficiency has been good for both sides so far. Nudging behind with no one home for either side. Well picked up, however.
Oh, no.
Oh, but it's unfortunately knocked on at the last moment. Harry Lyons had the try line awaiting and couldn't get his hands on it. And that is the game. Frustrating stuff for St Benedict's, who showed glimmers of good play, but it's Christ College who come out the victors in this first game. Final score here on pitch 2, Christ College 19, St Benedict's 5.
All right, thanks very much. Thanks. Yep.
Is 50-22?
No. That's fine. Thanks.
Well, a fantastic game it was between Christ College and St Benedict's. And up next on pitch 2, we're going to have Emmanuel and RGS High Wycombe. Over on pitch 1, we've got the Roberts duo on commentary, and they're taking care of Dulwich College and Felsted. Here on pitch 2, though, Emmanuel and RGS High Wycombe. RGS High Wycombe, by the way, who have been in rare form of late. They've been absolutely fantastic. Took the unbeaten record from St Benedict's last weekend, and they've been absolutely fantastic. Now, I'm afraid we don't have team sheets for either of these, which is a bit of a shame, although I'm just reminded that on Instagram, RGS High Wycombe have been in touch with some information, so we'll be jumping over to that very shortly. On the left-hand side of your screens then, Emmanuel, and on the right-hand side, RGS High Wycombe in their famous hoops. Emmanuel in blue on the left-hand side of your screens to kick things off for us. Fantastic start to the day here at Seaford College. What's it going to be like for these two? Well, the ball hoisted high off the kickoff, but just spilled. So we'll have a first scrum. Now, in my first commentary of the day, we were over on pitch 1, and from the very, very first scrum of the day, we had a fantastic try. However, I'll stop talking about scrums because we've got a line out. Gathered safely by Emmanuel, who step in, keeping it tight. Huge clear out from RGS High Wycombe. Get the ball moving once again. And here we go. I can give you some information on RGS High Wycombe. Today's team: number 1, Dahenda Huebra. Number 2, Carlos Darville. Number 4, Arian Das. Number 5, James Murray. Number 6, Lindenberg Eckendal. Number 7, Phil Wayne Jr. And number 8, Jamal Carrison. Emmanuel keeping good possession. To the rest of the RGS High Wycombe team: number 9, Jack Allinson. Number 10, Will Stonehouse. Number 11, Joe Caesar. 12, Sam Sinclair. 13, Benjamin Taylor. 14, Zach Gibbo. 15, Theodore Hooper. 16, Guy Tristram. 18, Jack Parge. 19, OJ John. 20, Frantisek Kusera. And 21, Nozaburn. A very big thank you to RGS High Wycombe for sending that one over to us. RGS then have the put in to the scrum. Allinson has a look, and Sinclair charges forward.
Thank you.
RGS High Wycombe, such a famous history, and a famous start here perhaps as open side Phil Wayne Jr. breaks through, scores underneath the sticks. A clever line from Wayne Jr. Fantastic work. RGS High Wycombe take an early 7-0 lead, assuming that Allinson bangs over the conversion, which he does. And RGS High Wycombe lead this game 7 points to 0. So elsewhere, we've had an early victory for Epsom College against the host Seaford College over on pitch 1. That was a fantastic game of rugby. Went this way in that. Pitch 2 here, we had Christ College against St Benedict's Christ College, winning that one 19-5. That's Group A taken care of for the first round. Epsom and Christ College with early wins. They'll all play each other once. The top team in each group going through to the cup semi-finals. Second to the plate, third to the Vars, and fourth to the bowl. Here, at the moment, we're in Pool 3. And on pitch 1, Dulwich College and Felsted. Pitch 2, Emmanuel and RGS High Wycombe. First games of the day for all 4 of those sides. RGS High Wycombe here with the lead, 7-0, and on the attack again. In the hands of Jamal Carrison, takes it into contact. And RGS really starting to get about their game now. Jack Parge on the rumble now. Charging left, out to the left wing, Joe Caesar. And he started around this time, and RGS High Wycombe have their second try of the game. A fantastic start from RGS. Really, really good work from them. So, of course, 10-a-side. So for those of you unfamiliar with the rules of 10-a-side, it's sort of a hybrid between 15s and 7s, really. You've got 10 players on the field, obviously. 5 players in the forwards, 5 in the backs. That means up in the forward pack, you've got your 3 front rowers and 2 second row, making it a tricky job for the scrum half to get the ball out from the back of the scrum. But that does mean even numbers of forwards and backs, 5 people in the back line. Different teams go for different methods of how they spread those backs about. Some of them opt not to have someone in the backfield, no sort of sweeper, fullback type player. Others opt to. All change every time. We'll see how these two shape up through the game. It's been a bit of a scrappy physical affair so far. We'll see how it progresses. Fantastic take in the air from the kickoff from RGS High Wycombe. Benjamin Taylor climbing high to gather it. And now they're on the charge again. They're away. Is it going to be a third try? I think it is going to be a third try. Samuel Sinclair and RGS are off to an absolute flyer. Emmanuel, a tricky start for them. 19-0 down with the conversions to come, but they're about to ring the changes. Allinson, trickier conversion this time. Other two have been from pretty much in front of the sticks. But I'll tell you what, it doesn't make a blind bit of difference to him. He's landed it, his 3rd conversion of the game. RGS High Wycombe lead Emmanuel 21 points to 0. Emmanuel, of course, based pretty much in Clapham Junction in London. And the
K9.
head coach of St Benedict's, Zoran Higgins, once upon a time director of rugby at Emmanuel. So he'll be pitch side, keeping a keen interest on this after his side had just played on the pitch before this. Emmanuel living just yards from my house these days. RGS Wycombe, of course, one of the most famous names in all of schoolboy rugby, really. A state school who've been punching right up there with some of the biggest sort of private names in schoolboy rugby for so many years. Huge names that have come out of them. Matt Dawson, the late Nick Duncombe, of course, Christian Wade, Tom Rees, could have been one of England's great flankers, and a whole host of others, including commentator Nick Heath,
Knock forward.
who of course has had his words over many's a schoolboy rugby game.
Come away from the molehill.
By the way, we're delighted to be joined today over on pitch one, our commentary duo, the Roberts family. Sam Roberts and Will Roberts. Will Roberts, of course, from Young Rugby. Sam Roberts of Premiership Rugby commentary.
Hold your push!
Lending their voices to our stream today. Emmanuel then in possession. They've had possession for a couple of minutes now. They're not managing to find much territory, but they are starting to get comfortable with the ball in hand. A tricky start for them, but they've got a penalty now. RGS drifting offside. And Emmanuel get the ball up to near enough halfway. The sun absolutely streaming across the pitch here at Seaford College, to the point where I'm considering shedding some layers. Who would have thought you'd be saying that on a late January Sunday? Emmanuel then with the short line out, just about gathered. No, knock straight. And that'll give RGS High Wycombe the scrum. Allinson will put in. They bring it in 15.
There you go.
Free kick. Early shove from RGS. Not quite as much stability in these scrums as just the 5 people in. The props aren't quite locked in as much by their flankers, owing to there being no flankers, of course. Emmanuel, spilled in midfield, will have a scrum RGS, and it's
forward.
Proving tricky for the men in blue to keep a hold of the ball here.
Cheers, fella, thank you. I'd rather point it out now than later.
So we're back underway with RGS High Wycombe leading 21-0 here against Emmanuel. Fantastic first half from RGS. But they're in defence here to kick things off in the second half. Playing away from the sun on the right-hand side are Emmanuel in their blue kit.
High tackle.
RGS High Wycombe in that maroon, green and navy hoops that they're so famous for.
Coming back for a penalty, high tackle. For a penalty. And I get to introduce a very special guest. One of Seaford College's sports staff here. Yeah, on the line.
I gave you very well, thank you. What a beautiful day. Good to have you back on site. Some fantastic rugby going on. Already some amazing matchups. And really looking forward to an amazing day of rugby ahead.
Yeah, it's been a fast start. Shame Seaford couldn't quite get it across the line in their first game, but I thought a fantastic performance from them nonetheless. Really quick start, and then just, they're playing one of the best teams in the tournament in Epsom. Tricky one for them.
Yeah, I think so. I think to have Epsom first up, tough ask, but the boys acquitted themselves really well. Started, like you say, started fast, just couldn't keep it, keep the scoreboard on the right side until the end.
Good. And a glorious day, of course. I mean, who would have thought? 30th of January. I was expecting ice and wet mud and all the rest of it, but we've treated to sunshine and firm fields. What's going on?
Well, we ordered the weather and it's been delivered.
There's something about Seaford. Every time I come here, we get a pretty decent day and glorious settings. You're very spoiled in these parts. RGS, slightly scrappy ball. Emmanuel on the charge, and they might have a chance for a first try of the game, and they do, and they've deserved that. They've put in a real shift, and it's been all them in the start of the second half. Emmanuel on the score sheet. RGS High Wycombe, of course, 21 to the good at half-time. It's a long way back for Emmanuel, but we've seen in other games that there's plenty of time for teams to come back. There's a lot of space out there, and Emmanuel get the conversion. 21-7 behind against RGS High Wycombe, but with momentum on their side and a big old sun pouring down into the eyes of the RGS players, there's perhaps a bit of an advantage to be playing from right to left as we kick off again. Claimed, well, I was going to say claimed because the dominant voice was so big, but in fact it's been turned and then turned back. RGS looking to charge down the touchline, staying in field quite nicely. Tricky work. And RGS spot that there's a bit of space. And I've been saying it's a bit tricky to know how exactly to structure your team in 10s in terms of the kick through. Do you cover the kick through? Do you flood the defence? It's not an easy one to work out.
Not easy at all, and I think, the vision there to put that little box kick in was superb. No one at home, and great territory gained.
Absolutely. Very good spot. I've been thinking that the kick into the eyes of the sun was going to be the one, but in fact it's the kick the other way that's proven useful. And Allinson opted to go for the post with the penalty. Of course, much like sevens, all kicks are drop kicks. That one just drifts wide. I'm talking nonsense. They actually scored. Absolute nonsense from me. I do apologise to RGS High Wycombe supporters there. I didn't even notice that was a try. The sun was right in my eyes. That's the only excuse I've got. RGS High Wycombe then lead 26 points to 7. A fourth try of the game for them. Allinson's first conversion miss. He's been eagle-eyed with the boot up till that point. Emmanuel tidy up the kickoff. Looking to search for a bit of space. But RGS High Wycombe get the turnover, and they go quick from the resulting penalty. Ball spilled in contact though. And it's that time of the day, isn't it, where there's a bit of dew on the ground. The ball's a lot wetter than you'd expect, given that it's a dry day.
Yeah, not easy conditions actually. Like I say, there's a lot of moisture on the pitches. Hasn't dried out fully yet. So a slightly slippery ball, and in that contact, a big collision. We're seeing lots of spills, lots of knock-ons. Just trying to gain control of the ball.
Emmanuel pop it into the scrum, and just while they try and break out, it's exciting times here at Seaford College from a rugby point of view, isn't it? New director of rugby in, Sean Thompson, got the 10s today. There's 7 seasons to look forward to. It feels been a really successful 15-a-side season as well. It feels like there's a real bit of momentum behind rugby at Seaford College.
Yeah, it really is. Having Sean come into the team, He's just fitted in seamlessly, made a fantastic start. All the boys are really working hard and really enjoying his coaching and his coaching style. So no, he's doing really well. So we're chuffed to bits.
Yeah, Sean, of course, who did so well during his time at Hampton School, won the St Joseph's Festival with them, did a huge number of other brilliant things, but always a defining characteristic was just how much his players wanted to play for him. Really, really built a sort of culture and an ethos around the way he treated the boys around him, and that's definitely going to shine through here at Seaford College, as so many of the coaching staff have already been doing. RGS then, launch it forward, don't quite make touch though. Emmanuel, chance to counter, big wide looping pass. And the space is there. They're charging through.
Advantage around the neck.
And they've got numbers right now if they can get the ball out there. Working it slowly towards, cutting through on the hard line. Space is starting to open up, bodies are getting tired. Emmanuel are managing to keep the ball in hand a bit more in this second half, creating those space and opportunities. Cynical bit of play there, I think, from RGS, yeah, and they get the yellow card. Emmanuel go quick. Surprised that was allowed to happen, given that there was a yellow card being given out at the same time. But they're held up, so we'll come back for a scrum 5 anyway.
Yeah, fantastic passage of play there. Good continuity, great handling skills on show.
In fact, if I'm not mistaken, it should be a goal line dropout. I think that was held up. But anyway, I definitely do not know the laws better than the referee, so I won't even try and pretend that I do. We pack down for a scrum, and Emmanuel look to go wide. They get it out the back. There is space. Ball's given. Oh, and just behind the player. Ball goes backwards, but it's spilled. Then it goes forward. Such a shame for the Clapham side. RGS hold out once again, and they're under a bit of pressure, but they've twice now managed to resist the try being scored. Big, big scrum this, though. The scrum in 10s obviously is a completely different beast, really, to any other type of scrum. It's not this sort of pop it in, pop it out 7s scrum. It's obviously not the secure 8-man scrum with a number 8 controlling the ball at the base. It's a tricky one as a scrum half, I always think, because collecting the ball from the second row's feet, there's a lot of limbs going on there.
There's a lot of feet to contest with back there, and yeah, like you say, it's not a 7 scrum, it's not a 15 scrum, but still a bit of a contest. So it is an opportunity maybe to get one against the head sometimes. But yeah, like you say, as a 9, as a scrum half, picking up from the feet of a lock of the second row, not always easy.
Well, also often picking up from the feet of a player who is not used to having that happen. Communication key. RGS take the quick tap then. They're looking to break out the 22. There's about 2 minutes left in this game. So RGS probably safe enough at 26-7 ahead, but you never know. Things can change so fast in the shortened format. And Emmanuel get the penalty. They go quick. Ball just about gathered, but now spilled. RGS then with a chance to counter. Offload out the back. The big strapping ginger James Murray on the fly. But Emmanuel with the penalty. Nozaburn just coming in at the side. Can Emmanuel finish with a flurry? They're certainly giving it a good go, making good ground, getting the offload away. But fantastic work at the breakdown from Lindenberg Eckendal. Referee disagrees, but it was a fine old contest, and he's had another go there. Bit of back chat. We've seen this in a couple of games already. Back chat being punished by the 10-yard march back. And Emmanuel take advantage of that, get across in the right-hand corner. Great to see referees policing that sort of chat back or talk back and using the 10-yard rule. We've sort of seen it drift out of the game a little bit, but it's good to see it back.
Yeah, I agree. I think the referees are all on the same page today. I think we're going to see a lot of that, and any ill discipline will be penalised.
It certainly will. So all finishes up here on pitch 2. Emmanuel 12. RGS High Wycombe 26. RGS High Wycombe begin pool 3 with a win. Fantastic performance from them. Up next here on pitch number 2, we are going to have Haileybury up against Trinity. I apologise, that's complete and utter nonsense. Up here next on pitch 2, we're going to have Marlborough College against Cardiff and Vale College, who got up at 5:30 this morning to make the trip over. I'll be guiding you through that. Over on pitch 1, you'll have Will Roberts, who's going to be taking you through Berkhamsted against Hurstpierpoint College. We'll be back with you in a very, very short moment. So you join us again here at Seaford College on pitch 2. We have Marlborough College up against Cardiff and Vale College. And as I was saying just at the end of that last game, which RGS High Wycombe won 26-7 against Emmanuel, Cardiff got up at 5:30 this morning, on the bus in fact at 5:30. They were probably up long before that to make their way over here. They'll be glad that they're third up rather than being first up, otherwise it might have been a 4:30 start for them.
Ready?
They've been going really well in the Welsh Colleges League, and they face a Marlborough College side that are a very decent outfit. And I've got some superb players, but Cardiff just about gather the kickoff. And they'll look to attack early on in this game, looking to use the full width of the pitch, something we've not often seen from Welsh colleges in shortened format. They tend to have, over the years, played a more direct approach, but Cardiff definitely playing a tighter, wider approach rather, early on. Marlborough looking to offload and doing so with aplomb early on. Marlborough carrying hard. That's an early try, is it, for Marlborough? Certainly is. Sorry, we were dealing with the crowd. There's a big crowd here at Seaford College today, enjoying themselves on the touchlines. And why not? You know, it's a fantastic day. It's some glorious rugby. Absolutely outstanding stuff. And Marlborough College take the lead early on against Cardiff. Well, it's a very popular day today, isn't it, at Seaford?
Oh, it's a magical day here at Seaford. You know, loads of sport, loads of spectators. You know, it's fantastic to have people back on site again, enjoying our glorious grounds. And on a day like this, it doesn't get any better.
It certainly doesn't, I have to say. I'm enjoying the glorious grounds as much as I always do. And every time I turn up here, I'm thinking, why did I not bring my golf clubs? Lovely golf course set out at the back of the playing fields here for the pupils. Not that I'm any good, just embarrass myself, but always worth a go.
Scrum advantage.
Cardiff on the move again. Well, they may be behind 7-0 so far. A really good start from Marlborough, but Cardiff are playing with real ambition, tempting the intercept there. Now they charge down the left-hand side. Good work from Marlborough College in defence, though.
Scrum advantage.
Spilled then by Cardiff and Vale. A little unfortunate for them. So Marlborough College will have the put into the scrum. Marlborough leading this game 7-0. Really opportunistic try early on in the contest. But of course, we've seen in other games those early starts
Crouch.
from teams get overturned. It happened to Seaford College. They went up 7-0 within seconds, and then they were eventually overhauled by Epsom College. By the way, just in case you're with us hoping for Berkhamsted against Hurstpierpoint College, that is on pitch 1, which is the other link on the live streams. Here on this link, we're on pitch 2, which is Marlborough College against Cardiff and Vale College. Marlborough leading this game. Cardiff, though, with ball in hand, making a fast break. They're getting real joy down this left-hand side. Jinking little work from Jack Grant on the left wing. Diminutive but pacey is he. Cardiff, real ambition. Lovely tip on. I enjoyed that. Working their way up into the Marlborough territory now they are. Cardiff playing real ambition, but that one just doesn't quite go to hand. But you have to admire the sort of ambition that Cardiff are playing with. They're really looking to move the ball at pace, aren't they?
Love the ambition. Some fantastic footwork down this left flank, like you were saying. Some really fantastic quick feet, jinking runners, and superb skill sets. Fantastic to see. It's great to see the boys playing with free abandon and really sort of trying to be creative in the way that they play their rugby. It's great to see.
Yeah, really looking to move the ball quickly, and it's certainly proving exciting, that's for sure. Very enjoyable. Marlborough on the attack into the hands of 10. I think that could be Byron Lloyd-Gilmore, the Bath Academy fullback / wing, wearing 10 today for Marlborough College. I could be wrong on that, so do excuse me if I am. Sadly, we don't have a Marlborough College team sheet this weekend. 12 out of 16 teams did get their team sheets to us, though, so a big thank you to them. Gives us the opportunity to really make it an experience for the boys. As number 9, Archie Lloyd, picks up from the base of the scrum for Cardiff and Vale. On the charge now, Daniel Nzamba. And he's made huge ground, 20 yards from the big centre. Superb work, kicked long by his team. But Marlborough College tidy up, and now they're breaking through. Marlborough College players lining the touchline here as well. They're ready to make some subs sometime soon. But at the moment, they're making good strides out on the left-hand touchline. Up to the 10-metre line. Keeping things tight through this phase. Tight again they go, and now they make the big breakthrough. One-on-one now with the sweeper. Does a really good job up against the big man just to hold him up. He's not got him to deck yet, but he's bought his entire team time to get back and reset their defensive line. Really, really scrappy work in defence from Cardiff. but Marlborough still have the ball in hand. Options available as well. They kick long. There is space in behind. It's the big prop chasing it down, but is he going to get there? Not quite. Cardiff just about tidy up. No, they don't. The ball spilled loose on this dewy ground, and it was taken advantage of by Marlborough College for their second try of the game. It'll be a 12-0 lead. Conversion to come. I thought that had been tidied up, but the skidding ball on the surface just too difficult to clear up.
Yeah, skiddy ball also just shows the merits of making that kick chase strong. You know, keep the pressure on the defender. You never know what's going to happen.
It certainly does, and it was a good kick chase. We had the prop chasing down on one side, but fortunately he had his winger in support on the other. No. Just about kept things in order, and it was the big wing who got the touchdown in the end. Conversion just drifted, so it's a 12-0 lead for Marlborough College. So we've got about a minute left until half-time. 12-0 lead for Marlborough College.
Let's go, Marlborough.
It's been a funny sort of game, hasn't it? Cardiff have had a lot of the play, probably the more
you run now, your limit.
Sort of enterprising play, but Marlborough College just twice have taken good advantage of field position and come away with points.
They have. Execution's been really good from Marlborough College, and I think you know, Cardiff and Vale have had lots of ball, but just knocked on at vital moments. Haven't been quite able to execute as well as Marlborough College yet.
And again, just spilled as they look to go wide. So that'll be another Marlborough College scrum down. Excuse me for just a second. I'm going to take my hat off. It's that warm here at Seaford College. Oh, that's much better. Who would have thought? Sunday afternoon in January, and I don't even need the hat. Heady days indeed. Marlborough on the attack again, scything breakthrough. And they're away for their third try, and this time it's a long-range effort. It was a step left, a step right, and then the power came on to break through the tackle. Get the try, bang over the conversion. We'll be in for half-time in no time at all. In fact, there we go, we're in for half-time. Marlborough College lead at the break, 19 points to 0 against Cardiff and Vale. You've got to say, that's tough on Cardiff, but wow, the execution from Marlborough is just incredible.
Yeah, fantastic execution. Lovely break there, fantastic footwork again, and showing a real burst of speed to break the defensive line. So 3 tries to the good.
3 tries to the good indeed. At half-time, it's Marlborough College 19, Cardiff and Vale College 0. So we're just about ready to get underway in the second half. Just to let you know what's coming up after this. Here on pitch 2, we're going to have Haileybury against Trinity. That will be followed by Epsom College against Christ College. And then to round things off in the morning here on pitch 2 will be Felsted against Emmanuel. Over on pitch 1 right now, they have Berkhamsted against Hurstpierpoint. They'll then be heading over for Brighton College against Bishop's Wordsworth, and then on pitch 1 it will be Seaford College against St Benedict's, and the final game of the morning on pitch 1 will be Dulwich College against RGS High Wycombe. Here though, on pitch 2, it's Marlborough College 19, Cardiff and Vale 0, and we're just underway in the second half. 8 minutes each way, or 9 minutes each way, but playing roughly at about 8 minutes each way at the moment. Marlborough College have some real gas in the backfield. I've just watched a man eat up about 10 yards on his opposite number there.
Guys, I need the touch judge to put the flag up, yeah? Red took it in. Yep.
Yeah, it's brilliant passage of play from the kick-off there by Marlborough College.
Certainly was. They're playing with some real quality.
When you're ready.
Made a lot of changes at Marlborough College, understandably so. 19-0 up. They want to play as many boys as possible this afternoon. And why not ring the changes at this point? Cardiff just finding it hard to get any rhythm into their play early on in this second half. Ball just going behind the player and things like that, allowing Marlborough College to come onto them in defence. So they opt to kick it, and there is space there. There's no sweeper in place. Good bounce, will see it go for Cardiff, and they've got it. It's just a race, and the foot race is won by Jack Grant. Fantastic play. Cardiff spotting that there was no sweeper in place, put the chip in. Gathered nicely by Grant, and he had the pace to get away. Converts his own try, and it's 19 points to 7. A fast start from Cardiff. And of course, things can change so quickly in this shortened format. 1 try can become 2, can become 3, so they're definitely not out of this yet, are they?
Definitely not out of it, and I think as this second half progresses, a few tired legs out there maybe, a few gaps opening up. I don't think Cardiff and Vale are out of this game yet.
Certainly not, and that try kind of comes back to what we were talking about earlier. It's very difficult in tens to know exactly how to set your team up. Do you defend the space, or do you defend by flooding the space with numbers? It's a tricky option. Marlborough on that occasion opted not to have the sweeper, but to fill their defensive line, and they've been made to pay for it. But they're on the attack again, looking for a 4th try, and they're going to get that 4th try. The big man, number 3, charging through underneath the sticks, showing a rare turn of pace and delightful footwork for his side's 4th try of the game. That was a sight to behold.
What a turn of pace. I think I've just seen my favourite try of the day so far.
Oh, I think that's going to be hard to be beaten, isn't it? Nothing quite like seeing a prop run it in from 50 metres. Outstanding.
His own player.
Cardiff then on the charge. Scored their first try of the game, but then Marlborough bounced right back.
No, it looked like he came off his hand.
Arresting that momentum almost as soon as it had begun. Well, looks like Marlborough are going to have a scrum just outside of the 22.
Sure.
Deep attacking platform. It never ceases to amaze me in the flesh just how deep backlines set themselves up. It's what you're all coached to do, of course, but it's just in the flesh, it's always an amazing thing to see going on.
Yeah, lots of space in front, lots of room to move into. Lots of options for the attacking line, but just caught up there.
It helps if the ball goes to hand, but they keep possession, so they've still got that attacking chance. A lovely ball behind the back, almost up to the try line as a result. They're now just inches short. Marlborough College not afraid to try things out. Offload after offload, huge strength. I think that's Gilmore. And he's across the line, his side's 5th try. Oh, but it was all about the ball back inside. just so cool to see.
So cool to see. Brilliant support lines. You know, really did attack the line with strength and depth and numbers there. So fantastic play again from Marlborough College.
Absolutely fantastic to see. Slotted over. Touchline conversion. And Marlborough College 33-7 up. And there's still 5 minutes left to play this game. Plenty of time left. This group, of course, Group 2. So Berkhamsted, Marlborough College, Hurstpierpoint College and Cardiff and Vale College. This is their second round of games today. They've already got one under their belt. And just to sort of run you through how the tournament works, if you finish top of your group, you go through to the Cup semi-finals. Second place in the group go to the Plate semi-finals. Third to the Vars semis. And fourth place to the Bowl semi-finals. So every single team guaranteed at least 4 games. And then, of course, with finals to come, every other team will get 5 games today at Seaford College. And as it stands, Marlborough College are looking in good shape. 33-7 up. And some superb counter-rucking, but in from the side, says the ref. So Cardiff will have a chance to get back on the attack. Some really tricky groups across the board. Seaford College actually have done one of the most honest draws I've ever seen. They've given themselves a really tough draw over in Pool 1. I bet Liam's taken some stick for that within the staff room.
It's the way the cookie crumbles. You know, we are renowned for our honesty here, our integrity.
There's certainly been plenty of that. Seaford College's pool with Epsom College, Christ College and St Benedict's a really, really tough one. Pool 2, as I've said, Berkhamsted, Marlborough, Hurstpierpoint and Cardiff and Vale. Pool 3, Dulwich College, Felsted, Emmanuel and RGS High Wycombe. And then Pool 4, another really tricky one. Brighton College, Haileybury, Bishop Wordsworth and Trinity. Look out for Brighton v Trinity. I've got a sneaking suspicion that's going to be one of the top games today.
Tackle!
And we have almost our first maul of the entire day. Instead, we have a penalty, but we were nearly off and running with a maul there. Marlborough College then on the charge. Good pace here from the fullback. Makes his way into territory. Cardiff win the penalty though. Good work on the deck. Question as to whether they were on their feet or not, but the referee very happy with that work. And the Welsh side go quick, but the offload gives it back to Marlborough College. Delightful little grubber kick between the legs. Something straight out of the Finn Russell playbook, that.
No, knock for me.
Marlborough inches from a 6th try here. If they can just ship it wide, they'll find the space, surely. Gilmore gives it to his open side. Across the line, can they get it down? Yes, they can. 6 tries, it's going to be 40 points. I'm that confident of the kicking here. Such has the quality been. And it's been clinical all morning from Marlborough College, hasn't it?
They really have been clinical. Again, another good try, lots of support. Lovely little 1-2, I think, with the footwork off the Cardiff defender's feet. Nice as he kicked through. Again, good chase and good execution.
Absolutely fantastic. And the referee blows for full time. Finishes up Marlborough College 40, Cardiff and Vale College 7. An absolutely outstanding performance from Marlborough College. I have to say, Cardiff and Vale were pretty good value themselves. They just couldn't quite get those final passes to stick. But up next, here on pitch number 2, it is going to be Haileybury against Trinity. Sam Roberts will be guiding you through that one. Over on pitch 1, it'll be Will Roberts guiding you through, and he will have Brighton College against Bishop Wordsworth. We'll be back with you very, very shortly. So you join us back on pitch 2, and it's Haileybury against Trinity. This is going to be a big old game. Haileybury in the purple on the left-hand side of your screen, and on the right-hand side we have Trinity, who of course are into the Schools Cup semi-finals. I'm joined alongside me by a referee, Ben McNamara. Very nice to have you along.
Hi, it's great to be here. What an amazing day for rugby, schoolboy rugby. It's amazing, eh?
It's been an absolutely fantastic day so far. You're absolutely right. Really great to see all of these players out here. The sort of thing that a year ago almost seemed like it was a thing of the past. Trinity, though, getting off to a fast start here, breaking through, surging through into Haileybury territory. Trinity have been one of the absolute stars of the schoolboy season so far. And they're working hard at the moment into the right-hand side. Haileybury doing well in defence, but not quite well enough. Trinity just about over the line, get the ball down. Referee gives a try. Fantastic, fantastic start from Trinity. Really fast work from them. And no surprise, really, they have some absolutely fantastic players among the ranks, including, I think that was Josh Bellamy banging over the conversion. Now, we've got a little bit of time as a player as well, but a thing I've noticed today from a lot of the referees is there's been a real leaning on using the marching players back 10 yards for any back chat. We saw a bit of that in the Premiership with Luke Pearce. Is that something that's been spoken about, just to really make sure that that kind of, because we've seen it disappear a little bit over the years, haven't we? But it seems to be coming back.
Yeah, I think, you know, game values are so important to our sport, and you know, it's just reminding the players as they're going into senior rugby in the next couple of years that the game values are still part of the game. And as referees, you know, we just want to ensure that they're at the forefront, because the laws may change, but the values have continued for, well, since the game started.
Absolutely. Trinity taking advantage of some of those laws and powering down the left-hand side. Their second try of the game. Another woo in the background we hear. And Trinity are off to an absolute flyer here. 12-0 up, 2 minutes in. Conversion to come. Conversion done. I think that's Josh Bellamy knocking it over. Once again. And well, what a fantastic start it is from the Croydon men. We saw them, of course, in their quarter-final of the Schools Cup against Berkhamsted on this screen. Berkhamsted, of course, also in this tournament. And there is a possibility that the two sides could meet again. If Berkhamsted win Pool 2 and Trinity win Pool 4, or indeed if they come anywhere that corresponds within those two pools, they will be playing each other in the semi-finals. That is going to have a bit of spice to it if it happens. Trinity certainly flying here early on. 2 tries to the good. They've got a third possibly coming. They've got a penalty here for a high tackle as they were on the charge. Take the penalty quickly, ship it wide, looking to get it through the hands. Stepping back inside, though, comes Bellamy. A tricky man to put down. Of course, winner of the inaugural Aura Trophy was Josh Bellamy. Haileybury, though, get the turnover and clear it long. I thought I was about to be roped into catching duty, but we seem to have survived that one. Now, what's refereeing 10s like? Quite fast-paced, I imagine.
Yeah, it's a bit like refereeing 7s. You've just got to think, okay, what's the positive play? What are you trying to reward in positive play? And yeah, see those handling, see the skills. It's a lot more open because you've got obviously 5 fewer players. So you just referee it in the sense of, yeah, what's the positive play that we want to see?
Well, positive play has certainly been the order of the day here. Been absolutely superb so far. Trinity. Oh, a glorious pass. It was almost picked off for the intercept. But on such margins do these games hang. And the intercept was just missed. And Trinity charged through for a third try of the game. Well, Finn Russell liked that pass, wasn't it? You've got to risk to get the reward.
Absolutely. And, you know, it's why I stick to refereeing these days, because there's no way I can throw passes like that.
My fear is always I'd never even have the have the ability to go for the intercept, I'd just be stood looking at it going, a taller and faster man than me might have a go at that. Bellamy, by the way, showing that Orad kicking trophy winning ability of his with a touchline conversion. 21-0 Trinity win. We're only 5 minutes into this game. They're absolutely flying at the moment. Haileybury, though, finally get the ball in hand. Question now for them is what can they do with it? Haileybury. First real possession of the game. The Hertfordshire side. Looking to move it. I thought the referee's whistle had gone, but it's on pitch 1 behind us. By the way, over on pitch 1, Will Roberts is guiding you through Brighton College against Bishop Wordsworth. Sam Roberts is going to be joining you here on this pitch very shortly. We're very lucky today to be joined by the entire Roberts clan. Haileybury, oh, a glorious pass from them as well. There's some absolutely wonderful passing going on at the moment from both sides. Haileybury. Bellamy seeing a lot of the ball in this game.
No hands, no hands.
Is the young Quins fullback. His team are on the attack. Trinity charging down the right-hand side. Chipped through. Just comes off the side of the boot. Well, we see it a lot, don't we? Forwards and backs, they're really just one these days, but occasionally a forward does have a foot like a 50p coin.
I think what's amazing is just seeing the athletic ability of the players all around. I think the speed of the game, the skill on show. I don't think even 5 or 6 years ago we were seeing as many out the back door, offloads. And it's just great to see. The players want to play. They want to throw it around. They want to be positive. And it's just amazing, just the fitness and the ambition of all of these players. And it's so enjoyable to referee. You know, we watch it on the live stream, we watch it on the side, but there's nothing like being in the middle and seeing it and being in some way a facilitator, hopefully, of great rugby.
No further.
I thought it was Marlborough versus Cardiff. No?
That was the previous game.
Was it? Oh, bloody hell.
Trinity with the ball in. 21-0 up. Oh, the Croydon men. And they have a charge down the right-hand side off the scrum. That is where the space is on those right-hand scrums. There's a bit of space to wheel. Penalty on the deck. Haileybury went looking for the turnover, but got their hands beyond the point. They go quick. I think the referee's probably going to pull that back, though, because he's very busy digging a trench for a mark. And I think we do come back. I was always ambitious to go early on that one. The referee was never going to allow it.
That's why we asked them to do it in front of us, because you don't know what's going on if they decide to cross field.
Just very quickly, you've got Marlborough on the team sheet now. Right, okay, so I've just uploaded it.
Nice. Oh, very well organised. Yeah. Haileybury. And the free kick at the scrum. They go quick. Probing, looking for a first score of the game. We've seen some really nice passing when Haileybury do get the ball, but they spill it once again. It's just been the odd error that's cost them, and Trinity have been oh so clinical. Bellamy does well to get his hands free. A seriously ambitious offload is knocked forward. And I think that takes us through to half-time. It's Haileybury 0, Trinity 21. I'm going to jump off the microphone now. Sam Roberts is going to be with you for the second half. and he is about to be talking you through an absolutely wonderful display from Trinity so far this game.
Let the subs clear all go. You are up,
Yeah, pitch 2 at the moment.
Good to go, boys.
Trinity in control, and they will restart. Haileybury with the donut still. High attempted take by Haileybury, but Trinity have got it back in their hands, and down the left-hand side they go. Oh, they made hay earlier in the game with this man. Down the left-hand side into the corner. Something for the referee to think about there. And he goes out for a 5-metre scrum. I think Ben McNamara alongside me is just thinking about whether or not to join in. I'd love to have him with me if he feels the need.
I think it's a pretty solid call from what we can see with the sun and
We're
our
a
eyes,
long way away. I think discretion being the better part of Vale there. I mean, yeah, I mean, if we'd had the glory of a TMO, maybe we could have picked it apart. But ultimately, Haileybury have it 5 metres out. And pressure on this line out, as has been with every set piece. It goes over the top. Trinity come forward. Haileybury make even more of a hash of it. The ball is bouncing around against the bottom of the post. Panic stations for Haileybury. And a penalty against them. Trinity will get a free go from 5 metres out. Haileybury got to be defensively sound. Rather large pieces of furniture moving into position. Ball comes back. They go right-hand side again. Haileybury just about doing enough, just about keeping them at bay. That line is begging, and over they go, and it is a 4th score for Trinity. Well rounded off. He a few little injured calf muscles and knees being seen to on the way back, but Trinity in complete control. Their power game really making it tell here on pitch 2. Off the post it comes. Fine kicking display from him in the first half, but doesn't quite match up. But they'll be happy with the way it's going at the moment. As I mentioned a little bit earlier, Trinity and Berkhamsted, I've just watched Berkhamsted play. They also looked a fantastic side as well. Could be up against each other later on in the day, these two. Ball deep, Haileybury underneath it. Brace themselves for the onrushing light blue and white hoops of Trinity. Good work to secure the ball back. Haileybury think about going one way, then the other. Stripped again from Trinity. Ben Connolly, I think it is, wearing number 4 on his back. Ball is advantage at the moment to Haileybury, who with a little bit of his of help from his friends, makes another 10 or so yards. Referee still has his arm out. Haileybury with a free go here. Across the back line it comes. A bit of hot stepping. Then the offload. Then moving people out of the way. Yeah, good awareness to get the ball off the deck. Good body position. Again, Connolly involved. Haileybury comes short side. A little bit of a mismatch here. If they can find the pass. Through the hands it goes. One more and it will work. No. Perhaps the wrong decision. Places it well. In comes the 9. Bit of space. Just slowed down a little bit there. Haileybury again. Little dab over the top. Sweeper in place. Awkward bounce. Trinity having to scramble. Referee comes back. Haileybury seemingly growing in a little bit of confidence. I wasn't watching the whole of the first half, but it isn't quite as one-way traffic, Ben, as perhaps the scoreline suggests. Haileybury are playing their part.
Yeah, it's a great to see both teams really competing. You know, we want to see a game, we want to see a good contest, and yeah, I think the ref's doing a great job here just to allow the teams to play.
Dan Cannon, I think it is, number 4 on his back, charges into the 22. Trinity really pushing and poking around the breakdown, and all of a sudden handed over. Referee's whistle is on a different pitch. Slightly confusing for me. I thought that was going to... No, it is, and I think there... Is that a yellow card as well? Not 100% sure what that was for. Not rolling away, was it?
I think it might have been a neck roll.
Oh, okay.
Possibly.
Yeah. He's gone off the far side, the player. And difficult from our angles to pick that up. But Haileybury have the one-man advantage. I have a question for you, which I don't know the answer to. It's to do with forwards going off and whether when the scrum time happens, do you have to have full 5 people in the scrum?
I think at this age group, yeah, we've got to have all 5 in just for safety to make sure the scrum's balanced. And, you know, I mean, all the players are so athletic. The forwards can be backs and the backs can be forwards.
But if one of those is yellow carded, you have to replace them and have to do that around.
That's correct.
Yeah. So you have to have the full 5 at scrum time. Haileybury, scythe through, ball over the top, neatly collected. Haileybury looking for the offload. Bounces there. Trinity are scrambling. Little dab through. Could bounce, could work. Oh, an extra bit of footwork. Oh, that's a fantastic score. A fantastic finish from the winger. Really neat little bit of interplay. Had to put a toe on it just to make sure to get it round the final man. And that's nice from Haileybury. And it might be scant consolation, but it is a score. And it was well worked, well finished off. Some words underneath the posts for Trinity. Man in the bin, of course, and maybe that try owed a little bit to the extra space that was available to Haileybury. Good restart from Haileybury. Hung enough in the air for his own winger to be interested in it. Does eventually come down the way of Trinity, though. Good awareness. Freed his hands exceptionally well. Once again. I was just about to say that it was good handling, and of course at that point, whenever a commentator mentions that, there's always a knock-on.
It's like we can hear you on the pitch.
Well, close enough, I tell you. I'm close enough. I'm just waiting for later on in the day, getting a few evils off parents. That's what I'm really looking forward to. But the standard of rugby is really good. The bravery shown. This is an exposing element of rugby 10s. You know, it has a feel of 15 about, but all of a sudden you can find your defensive frailty really exposed. And I'm sure you, as a player as well as a referee, can recognise that one, Ben. You know, there's a real element of making sure when you are one-on-one, you've got to nail your tackle.
Yeah, I mean, my playing days are way gone, but certainly from a refereeing point of view, it opens up the space, and we want to reward positive play, and it's great to see the ambition from players who just, because of the fewer players, have that extra option to kick, have that extra option to throw a wild offload.
And that is a really good score from Haileybury. Yeah, absolutely fantastic. They've suddenly come alive a little bit, and Trinity, they've got to be a little bit careful. They're a long way in front, but Haileybury are just finding their feet, and as you were talking about it, that sort of endeavour, that sort of open-mindedness, that sort of let's give it a go, lovely little dab over the top, lovely recover, did exceptionally well, and Haileybury have scored a couple of really good tries in quick succession.
Yeah, it's great to see, and look, this is the beauty of a more open game is that you don't have much opportunity to really shut it down as you would in 15s, and so players can find that gap, find that bit of space, and yeah, it's a bit like sevens, you know, it can be either end stuff.
And I think that's full time here on this game. So Trinity do win it, 14 points to 26. And our thanks to Ben McNamara for lending his words on it. Thank you, Ben. And I know you've got to run off.
Thanks for having me. It's great fun. And yeah, obviously a fantastic refereeing performance. And hopefully I can follow suit.
Well, okay. Well, we'll be watching. Yeah, really good display from Trinity. Haileybury in the end just flickered in that second half, and that will give them a little bit of confidence going into other matches. But full-time score on pitch 2, Haileybury 14, Trinity 26. Welcome back to pitch 2. Ben McNamara has left me and is in your shot there. About to referee this game between Epsom College and Christ College. Epsom in their famous blue and white hoops. Christ College in their green with yellow trim. Should be a good game this. Epsom certainly showed well in their first game. I was covering that. Strong performance from them to take down the host, Seaford. But Christ College with a good amount of Welsh regional talent. in their ranks. That ball doesn't quite go 10 and they'll get a free go. Ewan Coyle. Off he goes. With him, Brad Allen. Avon, a good all-rounder. Christ College just building well, holding onto the ball exceptionally well. Out wide, number 15, Alec Williams. Williams reaching, clawing his way towards that line. In come the cavalry. But illegally so, says referee McNamara. Epsom College in the first game came from behind. Early score from Seaford, and they managed to bide their time and show their worth in the end. Line out is strong from Epsom College. Allows them to clear their lines. A bit of space in which to kick the ball into. Williams is going to make his way back, almost to his own 22. Got to beat the one-on-one tackle of Sam Waugh. Couple of tries in his first game, Sam Waugh, earlier this afternoon. A good tackle to stop the fullback there. Christ College building from their own half, deep in their own half. Epsom are interested in this. They think it's there. Not releasing the tackler, and the penalty goes for the men in green. Forward they sweep. Again, more good play. Brad Avon. And has he injured himself on his way down, or is it an injury to a tackler? Yeah, I think Sam Waugh, who might be just in need of attention. The scrum cap comes off, and he's not happy. I hope he's okay. Put your headphones on. Put your lip mic on as well. You can take them and get all this stuff. Really lay into it.
I'm Harry.
I'm joined by one of the players. Harry's made his way over from Christ College. Evening, Harry. How are you?
I'm very well.
Good. Make sure you put the microphone on your lip to speak.
Yeah.
So they can, there we can hear you. Now we can hear you. Now you look like a proper commentator. Yeah, it's good to have you with us. Now, how are you finding this? Obviously a bit of a long travel for you, but worth it. The sun's come out.
Yeah.
And good to be involved in a TENS competition.
Yeah. Well, I'm not playing.
No, I know you're not playing. I meant from a team point of view.
Yeah. No, it's great. It's great. And it's been really good.
And an opportunity in which to play a whole day's worth of rugby. How do you set yourself up for that? Because obviously with a match, you can focus on that one match and get yourself focused for that. But they keep on coming. You've got to keep your concentration for a long period of time.
Got to be careful not to sort of slow down in between matches. You've got to keep warm, keep focused. And but we've been doing it well. We've got 2 wins in the bag, and hopefully we can get a win here against Epsom. Yeah, Epsom
look certainly good in the game that I saw them play earlier. Yeah. It's by Sam Waugh, who's taking the attention, got a couple of tries, so maybe a little wry smile on your face to see him going off.
Yeah.
But talk about the way that you've been playing. How do you pride yourself? What sort of game do Christ College like to play?
Well, obviously we're quite a bit smaller than a lot of teams here, but we're pulling our weight, making one-on-one tackles, and beating teams on the outside. That's what we've been doing. So it's going well for us.
You enjoy the extra little bit of space that TENS gives you, do you think?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, a little bit of attention being taken by Sam Waugh here. It looks like it's his knee, his ankle maybe. And it doesn't look like a very good end to his day. He gets applauded off the field, and replacement is already on. But it will be Christ College feed to this scrum. And my poor old co-coms is getting a bit of attention from his coaching team. I bet you didn't think you were going to do this morning when you woke up, did you?
No, I didn't.
You didn't think you were going to do it about 5 minutes ago when you stood there just minding your own business. What position do you normally play, Harry?
I'm in the second row.
Okay, so this is your wheelhouse, your scrum time. It's the backs who get the ball. Neat little bit of interplay. Looks as though it might have gone forward. Referee says play on. And Christ College are motoring down the left-hand side.
He's rapid, he is.
He looks a little bit rapid.
Yeah.
He really does.
Yeah.
Lovely little bit of play. Yeah. Dylan Skirm, is that?
That's quality from Dylan Skirm right there.
Quality from Dylan Skirm. And he gets a bit of applause. Every time your team does something well, your team turn around to look at you to see what you're going to say. It's tough.
We're very
tough.
We're very passionate.
Good to have you with us. So really good, well made. An opportunity again, 10s allowing that sort of opportunity to grow. And good hands, good awareness, opens it up. A few substitutions being made, and you've got to be aware of using these players as well as you possibly can throughout the day, giving them snatches of time to take their breath and go again. Griffiths is going to restart. Been a first 15 regular since year 11, my notes say.
Yeah.
Good pedigree, obviously, coming through. Epsom College. Some big lads on their side. Some pretty famous names as well. Josh Lyon, I think it is, that is trying to make hay there. Talking about one Charlie Redknapp. Recognise the name Redknapp?
Redknapp, no, I don't.
He's a footballer. Jamie Redknapp. No, nothing. Means nothing.
No.
Oh, okay,
not a football
yeah,
fan,
no, you Welsh boys. You focus on your rugby. That's what we like. College, Epsom College, that is, come across. Again, good defensive set. Spreading themselves well across. Out onto the left-hand side. Narrow corridor in which to work. Tackle. Really good covering tackle. Flag goes up.
Down
big strong lad. Lucas Schmidt. And had to be taken very well. Quinn's under 17 player.
They have a lot of academy players in
a fair few. Certainly London Irish and Harlequins potentially coming through the ranks, but at the moment it looks as though Christ College have a bit more about them. There's a bit of chat, another bit of chat, and another penalised opportunity. Good throw and show and go.
There goes
Griffiths.
It's Wallace, that is.
Ball over the top. Christ College, bit of space again. Oh, they're in again. Make sure you get the ball down. He does. Tell us all about that try scorer.
Finn O'Donovan. Yeah, he's from Barry. Very good player.
Yeah, indeed. Some good stuff coming out of Barry.
Used to be a flanker.
Did he?
Yeah, moved to centre.
Good pedigree. I like it. That's the insight that we need.
Yeah.
This is such a tough gig for you. I think you're doing a splendid job. Ignore them.
Yeah, they couldn't do it.
They could exactly. But Christ College at the moment making this look a little bit easy. Every time they seem to get the ball, they seem to make it work, get the ball into the right pair of hands and open Epsom up. And at the moment, they don't have too much of an answer to it. The green and gold working well. The boys from Brecon.
Well, they got his size. We got the speed on them.
There are some big boys loitering around this competition, I can tell you. Berkhamsted have got a few. I'm sure you know about all those guys at Berkhamsted.
Yeah.
Epsom College, little dab through, but Griffiths is on it. He's seemingly ubiquitous at the moment, everywhere. Griffiths finding a little bit of hole, and again, look at the offloading, the awareness, the teamwork. Brilliant from the Welshman. They come back the other way. It stalls a little, but once again they're in. Trying to get behind Epsom College's line. And they give away a penalty, which will be frustrating. Coyle is catching the eye, the number 7. Outstanding, it says here, against his name. Scarlets under 18, Cardiff. He's played for both, has he? Scarlets and Cardiff.
Yeah. He didn't make the under 18 squad this year, so Scarlets whipped him up, and
yeah, some good calibre of individual.
Yeah.
Epsom up to the halfway line with the clearance kick. Scrum half feeding the line out. Bit of innovation. Offside, says the referee. Free bit of territory here for the men in the hoops. Epsom going.
Lad,
he is a strong boy. Pass across, a little bit of space down the left-hand side. They come across, good interplay.
Good tackle, Al Williams.
Really nice. Restay, stopped on the wide side, and all of a sudden, here come Christ College. The Brecon lads moving themselves down the pitch with alacrity and accuracy, I was just about to say. Tackle from Epsom comes in. You can just see the way that they want to play, and they want to strike from anywhere to Christ College. Epsom come back one way then the other. Josh Lyon. Through that gap once again. Lucas Schmidt unanswered. Leaving men lying in his wake as he goes through. He's a big lad, needs some stopping. And on that occasion, he did make it all the way through. And that just gives Christ College something to think about. Epsom did well in their first game against Seaford, who went behind and then just clawed their way back into things. Here's Lyon, the Queen's Academy man, who misses the extra points. But at half-time, Christ College have had the majority of play, and they have the scoreboard on their side as well. Half-time on pitch 2, Epsom College 5, Christ College from Brecon in 10. Pitch 2, a couple of really good sides warming up at the moment, getting themselves in fine fettle as this game and this day progresses. Christ College in green with a couple of absolute scintillating scores in the first half. Epsom College, though, finished the half with a good score of their own through the work of Lucas Schmidt. Griffiths it is that restarts. Ball spirals off the drop kick and bounces awkwardly. And all of a sudden, Epsom College are back behind their own line and they dot it down. And I think it might be taken over. And I think the referee is going to hand an absolutely gilt-edged chance here to Christ College. A scrum, 5 metres out, not dealt with, not sorted out. Epsom are upset because they feel as though it might have gone over there itself. Really good striking opportunity this for Christ College. They go right. Griffiths thinks about the pass. Well marshalled. Ball off the deck. Oh, ball given away.
Should have given it.
Opportunity now for Epsom to clear their lines. I was mentioning it because of the lack of time in the game, Harry. You need to take your chances, don't you? You need to make those count.
Yeah, we were saying before we can't be building up into the game. We've got to strike straight away from the off. No messing about. And to be fair, we've been doing that. And
hope that that opportunity doesn't come back to haunt you.
Yeah.
Holmes it is who acts as putter-inner to the line-out and scrum half.
Oh, good Hailey and Powell.
College, really good speed from Christ College.
Yes.
Big hits coming in. Reece Day getting absolutely walloped. Will put his foot in touch.
Another chance now. Better not mess this one up.
Easier said than done, though.
Yeah.
Line out again. Not quite held. Set pieces today, they go well. They give you such a foothold in this game of tens. Such an opportunity in which to build. Epsom College to it now.
Ball's gone,
Ball along the back line.
Could be on it.
Christ College in the green do well to shuffle themselves across and snuff out the danger. A rarity, I think, in the format of the game. That was a maul called by the referee and taken down, and therefore ball turned over. Don't get many mauls at tens.
No.
Incomplete maul.
So talk us through what you see from here as regards what might be in the offing. You know, an opportunity here. You got the ball. You're sort of almost on the 10-metre line. Are you calling a set play here? Are you working things through?
Yeah, we've got a couple of moves that we've been working on off the set piece in the past couple of weeks. So probably it's one of them, but it's all about keeping the ball for us. I mean,
and with no back row either. Oh, we don't get the chance. So the scrum comes up. And Epsom College get a chance. I was going to mention about the fact that no back row perhaps allows the scrum half a little bit more time, a little bit more space.
Definitely.
College down the short side. Into touch, says the rather laboursome assistant referee on the far side. Christ College player. And I think that is Coyle again, who does exceptionally well to just hold on to it, keep his feet a little bit longer as well, allow support to come with him. Christ College are coming through again, and there's no answer. The big man, Lloyd Powell, I think it is, wearing 19 on his back, am I right?
Owen Conker, that is.
Oh, Owen Conker.
Oh, no, that is Lloyd.
Oh, nice. You're supposed to know you're in the same team.
Nah.
Lloyd Powell. I said I called it right. He corrected me.
Good on him. Good on him.
Lloyd Powell powering through. First tournament for the school, and all of a sudden the Red Sea opened up in front of him and he made his way to the post.
He's a very strong lad, Lloyd Powell, yeah. Go on over, boy, is shouting.
Yeah, that's more like it from Christ College. Just the wherewithal. Again, I mentioned Coyle. Just holding the ball up, and that's crucial in this game. The ability to just hold your feet a little bit and allow people to get with you.
Yeah, exactly.
just means that more players are allowed to happen.
Yeah, because there's so many gaps in tens. I mean, it's just about holding the players inside, and it's easy to get tries. It's easier to get tries in this, but of course there's a lot less time.
Yeah, we're deep into the second half. Christ College's 2-score dominance is reinstated. Day with an absolute humdinger of a hit.
My prize.
College, left boot. Try and get rid of it. How's the bounce? Underneath it is the try scorer, Schmidt.
Tackle.
It's worked well. College are going again. A little bit of space here. Good handling. Well, this could work for them.
There's no offside. Play on.
Open play. So Christ College are able to snaffle that one up. And now it could be on for the Welshman. Ball over the top from Griffith. Once again, presence of mind to just buy his time, to buy his team a little bit of time, but penalised by the referee, just as I call his qualities. Epsom College. Now with the ball, sweeping it from one side to the other. Mismatch perhaps, tackles have to be good. Try score a foul. Are the two pals in your side related to one another?
No, no.
No, they're not?
Well, at least I don't think so. Not what I know of,
Epsom College. And it's Christ College who come away with the ball in their own 22. There is the kick, the clearance kick, and it's going to bounce in field. It's going to hold itself up. Day is after it. He's going to try and step. The one-on-one tackle has to be good. Oh, and he's lost the ball as well.
Can't handle us.
There's no touch.
Lovely offloading. Super stuff from the Brecon boys. And once again, it opens up. Ewan Coyle.
He's prolific, he is.
Yeah, that's a great word for him. He seems to be everywhere at the moment, and he gets his hands on the ball this time and crosses the whitewash. If he's not making scores for people, he's scoring them himself. Really good play from the Brecon boys. Doing it all season.
Top try scorer, I think he is, for us so far.
I can see why. I can see why. Is he? I know he's got 7 on his back. He is the open side normally in your full 15-a-side game.
Yeah.
And you can see why. Martin Williams used to say about the fact that if I touch the ball 3 times in a move, we score as a team. If I touch it 4 times, I score. It's that sort of position. You know, you're constantly involved and knitting it all together.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah, Christ College looking really, really impressive. Epsom, I thought, looked strong in their first game that I saw them in, but they've. The speed of thought as well, complementing the skill
time back
from Christ College is really good to see. And I think they have to be one of the favourites here.
Should we win this, who will we be playing in the quarterfinals, in the semi-finals?
Oh, yeah, that's a good question. I'm not sure whether Berkhamsted are looming.
Yeah.
I think so. We'll have to see. We'll have to see how it all works itself out, of course. You know,
they're full of Saracens boys, aren't they?
Yeah, it could be. Could be them. We'll have to see how it goes. It's very difficult at the moment with so many different games going on in different pitches to see how it all works itself out.
No, back foot, back foot.
But that's all after lunch. Have lunch first. College, Epsom College coming forward.
No, not on the ball anymore. Got to release. Leave it, leave it.
Lyon trying to make it work. Do it on his own. Again, more basketball stuff. Good hands from both teams this afternoon. It is this afternoon, is it just? Maybe, yeah. Just about. College are through. Bashing people out the way. Schmidt, the try scorer again, using his large frame. Now there's a few numbers out here. Good covering tackle. Move themselves really well. Ball knocked on. I don't think it's going to count for Day. Is it? Yeah, ball went backwards, says the referee. Ben McNamara says it difficult to see from our angle, but the referee was on the spot.
Surely.
Rhys Day, the London Irish boy, manages to get a score.
Yeah.
I don't think it will play a part in deciding this game. And my co-commentator Harry's now been asked for shout-outs.
Yeah,
I mean,
I won't be giving them.
And that is a full-time score. That is it. That's the final play of the game. Epsom get 10 points, but that is all. Christ College run away with it. Really dominant display from the boys from Wales. Really come over here with a game plan to really make an imprint, an impact on this 10s tournament. Excellent work. My thank you to Harry for coming on. You picked out of nowhere. You didn't know what you were doing, but you've done an admirable job. Thank you very much. Good luck to Christ College for the remainder of the game. Final score here, Epsom College 10, Christ College 24.
Well done, boys.
Come on.
Hi.
Hi. Welcome back to pitch 2. This is one of our final games of the morning. It's been a splendid morning so far, and we've got another one to bring you here. This is Felsted School versus Emmanuel. Emmanuel in the navy blue with the yellow pink pinstripe, and Felsted in the bright red with the blue shorts. I'm accompanied for this game by Andy from Return to Play. Andy, what do you think we can expect from both these sides in this fixture?
Felsted, big physical team. Emmanuel have had a few tough games. I'd expect Felsted to win this, but yeah, let's see how physical they can be.
It's Emmanuel who ended up with the ball to begin with, but it is spewed out and potentially picked up by Aidan Murphy, and Garino was trying to get onto it as well, but looks like they've knocked it forward, and it will be Emmanuel's ball, a little first scare for the team in blue. We've seen some interesting things happening at scrum time at the moment, Andy. It's a hotly contested environment, going down to a 5-man scrum, and it's an opportunity for players to potentially play in positions that they're not really used to.
Yeah, it's been interesting, the tournament so far, scrum time, and it really lets. There's a bit of a blind side for the scrum half. The first try I saw today was a 9 going blind, and no one picked him up. There being no back row, obviously. Yeah, if you've got a canny scrum half, then there's a good shot for a breakaway.
Still, however, Emmanuel with the ball inside their 22. We don't have any names, unfortunately, for the Emmanuel side, so we're going to have to refer to them by numbers. But for Felsted, we have a bit more information, and we know that at the moment that's Hugo Morley on the ball, the skipper, the Monaconian. Craig Wright as well, busting his way through and sitting people down, and making a dent in that blue wall. This time it's Dennis King. Still going strong. Felsted momentum's with them. John Taylor flings the ball out wide. Jesser is all waiting, and he's got the pace and he's got the accuracy to dot it down. Clinical stuff from Felsted.
Yeah, that's great stuff from Felsted. They've hit that up the middle a few times, taking their time. They're not playing 7s, they're playing 10s there, and they've hit it up the middle a couple of times before coming wide. That was smart play.
Peter Jesser, very quick over 100 metres. Lightning, in fact, showing that just there with that electrifying solo score. Set up well by his big burly men in front of him. The kick gone awry, however, from Ryan Davies, so it will be a 5-point game.
There's some big boys in the middle of that Felsted team, aren't there? Smashing it up the middle, the number 8, the number 4.
Dennis King, Hugo Morley, Aidan Murphy and Per Gorino especially, the current raft that are currently on the pitch, and they've got some others to utilise on the bench where necessary. Davies with a short ball, almost pinpoint that, right on the 10-metre line. Slightly short, it will be a free kick, we think, for Emmanuel, and number 14 will want to take this one quickly and get us back underway.
Free kick.
Emmanuel still trying to get a foothold in this game and try and welcome themselves into this fixture. It's a good use of ducking and diving initially. Felsted looked to be over the ball, but they've recovered it well, and a switch of direction late on puts them on the back foot, and Emmanuel resorts to the kick. Jesser has to be aware of the men alongside him, and good step from the try scorer, in and out, skinning them for days, and Jesser has got friends alongside him, and if they can get this into the hands, it could be an almighty score. Oh, John Taylor, so close to trying to dot that ball down. Peter Jesser did ever so well. No advantage, says the referee. That number 11, Peter Jesser's been on fire so far in the first 5 minutes or so.
Yeah, no doubt about it. He's got serious pace, hasn't he? If you're kicking into the deep field, he's going to get back there and look to break away. That's exactly what he did, and it was some good play from him, and they were unlucky not to score.
It will be Emmanuel put in, but under extreme pressure. Right underneath their posts. Let's see what they can try and do with it.
You'd expect a big shove here from the Felsted pack, King and Morley. And the others, of course.
Early engagement, all too eager from Felsted. Gives them a slight release. Not 10, says the referee, and Emmanuel looked to take full advantage of it, but referee wasn't ready, so we're gonna have to take it back. Good kick, almost into my arms there. It's like he was aiming for us there, Andy.
Felsted coaches all over this, shouting at his players. Andrew Le Chevalier, ex-Wasps prop.
Back you go.
Making sure that things are ticking and working well. Emmanuel currently with the ball, of spreading it wide, but not really much go forward that they want. We're going to go back here for the advantage.
Still playing a bit like 7s, the Emmanuel team. They're not as physical as Felsted, and they're using their sleight of hand, but they need to hit a few decent lines, I think.
Trying to play round rather than through, but the likes of Jesser and Redman on Irvine that are currently setting up shop in those outside channels are denying Felsted that, denying Emmanuel that opportunity. The ball hasn't gone dead. Instead, it falls into the hands of Newland, who looks to go on his travels, and the deceit from Newland sets Jesser away, and there's only going to be one result from that. Bit of individual brilliance from James Newland, plucking that one out the top drawer. And Jesser on his left-hand side to accompany and double Falsted's advantage.
That's class from James Newland. Made the break, and what I liked about that was he sat off it a bit, looked around him. He didn't try and pin his ears back and go for the try. Sat back, looked for his speed man on the wing and found him easily with a good pass.
Great work from Pete Jesser, deputy head boy at Felsted.
That's great knowledge.
Emmanuel need an answer now. A lot of time being spent in their 22. Let's see what they can do with it. Frustration as Felsted once again put enough pressure on to force an error. Craig Wright will throw this one in, and the piano shifters in that Felsted pack will potentially be utilised. Instead, Davies decides to use his backs, and they knock it on. Play the whistle is the call from the Emmanuel bench, and they will look to do just that. It will be a scrum. I mean, Emmanuel haven't even seen the ball close to their Felsted 22 at the moment, so it has pretty much been all Felsted in these opening 8 minutes.
Yeah, I cannot remember looking to my right-hand side so far. The whole game has been camped in this half, and generally Felsted with the ball. Emmanuel looking to break occasionally, and sadly making a few too many unforced errors.
Again, the shove on, putting pressure on Emmanuel to try and do something with it. Trying to get a bit of go-forward ball through the backs. Good sniping work, however, wrapped up by Rhys Davies. Ball's out, says the referee, and they pounced on it and go through Murphy. King galloping through that large gate of King, handing it off to his lock partner, Murphy. Rhys Davies has the ball at the bottom of the ruck. Is that a penalty? It is. A little bit of a scuffle to finish things off, however. And James Newland just can't find the correct mark. He's going to tap and go here. Here's Davies. He's got options. One of them is Will Baxter, who dives over. Almost a bit too easy for Felsted at the moment, and Emmanuel got nothing to say for it.
Yeah, exactly like a couple of tries ago, playing up the middle through the 2 second rows, King and Murphy. Wright's been in there as well, doing a good job before they go wide and find a gap and score again.
Still no extras added, so it is 15 points via Jesser twice, and Will Baxter just then. Felsted over the moon with that first 9 minutes or so, but what can Emmanuel do to try and bring themselves back into this game?
I think they need to try and play in Felsted's half a little bit. They probably need to kick a little bit into the corner, get Felsted playing into the sun, and yeah, effectively they just need to play in the opposition half and try and get a bit of ball in hand and find a gap.
So, Andy, return to play is the main reason why you have found yourself in the Seaford today. So, for the people at home who may not know too much about it, can you just let us know what you guys are doing?
Absolutely, yeah. We provide access to expert doctors. So, obviously, concussion is a huge issue in rugby at the elite level, but also at the grassroots. I think they're struggling to manage concussions in elite level, and therefore how difficult it is it with 1,000 pupils in a school. the medical world aren't necessarily trained very well in concussion. So we provide expert doctors to schools and clubs, universities, to help manage the injury. Diagnosis of concussion is difficult. We educate coaches and staff around that and pupils so that the diagnosis can improve, and then it's managed by our doctors. And these doctors have seen over 4,500 concussions in the last 4 years.
Excellent work being done by return to play to make sure that our game that we love so much is kept safe and secure. Player welfare is a phrase that is often sort of thrown around quite a lot at the moment, Andy, but it is really important that we make sure that we keep the full weight of responsibility.
Exactly, so we think that sport's now safer than it's ever been. We know about this injury now. 10, 15 years ago when I was trying to play badly, you just had a sponge on the head if you had a head knock, and actually it was quite cool to carry on playing. Now we're aware of it, and it just needs to be managed properly. You should basically you need a couple of weeks rest if you've had a concussion, and 23 days before you're back to full sport, and a couple of meetings with a doctor, effectively before you're back playing safely. And it's just a few weeks out of the game. We're seeing some really nasty things from ex-elite players at the moment. Dementias all over the press, and we need to get it right at the grassroots before these guys go on to bigger and better things. We need to look after their brains, don't we?
Very much so. For now, Emmanuel looking to try and use their numbers out wide, but if Hamish Irvine has anything to do with it, I'm sure they'll be denied of that. They've got the advantage. They're going to look to use it. Great work from the man wearing 12 for Emmanuel. There's options out wide. They could go racing in. The step back inside. Good offload once more. Try liner beckoning. Held up well by Felsted. They look to go again, using the same corridor of space. The ball comes spewing out. A referee has got his hand up though. It's an advantage. That turned into a penalty. They'll look to go quickly. Emmanuel have no time to waste at the moment if they want to get a foothold back into this fixture.
Much better that from Emmanuel. Actually finding a nice line and making a couple of line breaks there. That's exactly what they needed at the start of this second half.
Options are plenty now for Emmanuel. They're cropping up left, right and centre as potentially Felsted's shoulders start to tire. Trying to go down the blind side.
Thank you.
Nothing there, so they'll come back and use the numbers if they can. That step back on the inside, only into more red shirts, however. Numbers and good hands could reap rewards on this far side. The space is there. Emmanuel just need to use it. Frustration from the coaches on the sideline as the ball is turned over. Now, Baxter, unfortunate, can't get it out to Redmond on the far hand side, and it's all change for Emmanuel. Bringing a lot on from the bench, as well as Felsted, who bring Aidan Murphy back into the fray, and Henry Wiseman joins us alongside Alex Martin. Really vital, Andy, to make sure that players are kept fresh and kept not only for performances on the pitch, but to make sure that, as we mentioned, player welfare is still at top rank.
Absolutely, in a festival like this where they're playing a lot of games, they've potentially got more games on Wednesday and next weekend, etc. These players need to get a decent rest, but game time also key. And Simon Gaynor there, at the Emmanuel head coach, has made about 6 changes, I think, hasn't he?
Yeah, exactly. Almost a complete switcheroo of this Emmanuel side, and they'll look to put a switcheroo on the scoreline at the moment. If they're going to be able to get anywhere. Alex Martin, the latest to join us, already getting himself involved. Murphy. We've seen a lot more of him. Here's Irvine. Space out wide now for Wiseman. Gets to stretch his legs and use his large gait. Cantering in field and puts the kick in. Irvine falls nicely for him. Can he get the offload away? Emmanuel blocking that. Advantage therefore. No advantage, says the referee, not releasing. Little chip in behind is attempted, but it's a knock on.
It wasn't. It's a harsh call that. He charged it down, didn't he?
I think it may have been the secondary nudge that did it, but a bit of chopsy has caused Emmanuel to be forced back a few extra meters, and right has Wiseman to his left. Forward pass, says the referee. Difficult to see from this sort of angle, but that's what the referee is deemed to be appropriate.
Emmanuel doing a lot better this half, aren't they? They're really competing at the ruck. They're not being bullied anymore like they potentially were at the start of the first half, and they're really competing now. It's a much better game.
Some more changes for Felsted. Gregoric Cicero and Nick Schofield have joined us, wearing 21 and 22 respectively. And it looks like James Newland and Will Baxter have made way. So 2 changes in the backs. Wiseman trying to get a bit of football to accompany the rugby. Doesn't work, however, and Emmanuel might have space here on the outside if they can use it. Holes opening up, and Irvine with a crucial tackle. Gone backwards, says the referee. Still going to play on and try and use that outside edge to their advantage. Nothing coming that way, so they look to go the other, and Schofield wrapping up in the tackle. Advantage Emmanuel. No advantage. Offside, a bit of complacency as legs start to tire and players start to get a bit lazy when it comes to the offside line.
Absolutely, you can see there's a lot of space at the back for Felsted, for Emmanuel to exploit. There's no fullback, no sweeper. Emmanuel might want to think about putting a little chip in and chasing.
That slightly wayward kick to touch has just hit our van, so we hope that that's all right. We've had a few hits towards our commentary area at the moment. It's almost like they want us to stop. Great hit, a thunderous shot made in by Felsted, who looked to try and get the ball, but instead it's still with Emmanuel making the run and having the options out wide, and Irvine once again with the big tackles.
We're coming.
An advantage, says the referee. Emmanuel get the penalty.
Great hit that by Hamish Irvine. He's put a few big hits in today, hasn't he?
Try-saving tackle in the first game against Dulwich, denying the men in blue and black their opportunity to get their first win. He also scored a try in that fixture. A man-of-the-match-like performance from Hamish Irvine wearing 15, and you can imagine that he'll be looking to continue that form into the rest of this tournament. All teams will play a semi-final of some sort, and you can imagine that Felsted will be looking all the way for that cup semi-final, especially if they can hold out Emmanuel here. The ball bouncing in all the wrong ways. Penalty though. Emmanuel got the opportunity to strike. Offload's not going to hand, but there could be space out wide if they can use it. A tackle that is swarmed immediately by red shirts. Still Emmanuel ball just about. Advantage, says the referee. Our view slightly concealed by the Emmanuel players, but what we can see is that they still have the ball. Only a minute or so to go now, so you can imagine that this is Felsted's win. An impressive performance from the men in red.
Yeah, absolutely. As we said, they were very physical from the start. Scored a few early tries, and now they've just taken the pressure second half and tried to keep ball Sadly, haven't scored any tries this half, but they've defended very, very well, have Felsted. And Emmanuel have shown a lot more in attack.
Redmond this time with the ball in his grasp. Not long to go, and any score now here would be purely to add on the points. Irvine goes down the other way and tries to invite Aidan Murphy to the party. Schofield feeds Irvine, who feeds a great line, cut by Sam Hewitt. Offloads to Plenty. Irvine races away. Looks like he's got gas to spare. And the man of the moment, Hamish Irvine. An audacious finish to an audacious match.
Finishes it with a Chris Ashton-like swan dive. Old Hamish Irvine. That should be the end of the game, I'd have thought.
The final conversion from Nick Schofield hits the woodwork, but that doesn't matter. That is the game. Felsted wants to walk away with a dominant affair. Final score here on pitch 2, Felsted 22, Emmanuel 0.
Introducing NextGenXV, the new home of school rugby.
Well, where does this come from?
Covering everything the school game has to offer in both the north and southern hemispheres.
Oh, that's a great tackle! It's not good enough.
2, skip a few and with the wheels.
Highlighting tomorrow's stars, Next Gen 15 will be bringing you live games and a regular update of all the news and in-depth views on the global game.
What's a kick? Where did he come from and how did that happen?
All your school rugby, all in one place. This is Next Gen 15.
We got Southwell.
Introducing Next Gen 15, the new home of school rugby.
Well, where does this come from?
Covering everything the school game has to offer in both the north and southern hemispheres.
Oh, that's a great tackle! It's not good enough!
1, 2, skip a few and with the wheels.
Highlighting tomorrow's stars, Next Gen 15 will be bringing you live games and a regular update of all the news and in-depth views on the global game.
What's a kick? Where did he come from and how did that happen?
All your school rugby, all in one place. This is Next Gen 15. Introducing Next Gen 15, the new home of school rugby.
Well, where does this come from?
Covering everything the school game has to offer in both the north and southern hemispheres.
Oh, that's a great tackle! It's not good enough!
1, 2, skip a few and with the wheels.
Highlighting tomorrow's stars, Next Gen 15 will be bringing you live games and a regular update of all the news and in-depth views on the global game.
What's a kick? Where did he come from and how did that happen?
All your school rugby, all in one place. This is Next Gen 50. Introducing Next Gen 50, the new home of school rugby.
Well, where does this come from?
Covering everything the school game has to offer in both the north and southern hemispheres.
What a great tackle! It's not good enough.
1-2, skip a few and with the wheels.
Highlighting tomorrow's stars, Next Gen 15 will be bringing you live games and a regular update of all the news and in-depth views on the global game.
What's a kick? Where did he come from and how did that happen?
All your school rugby, all in one place. This is Next Gen 50.
Versus Trinity. Two fantastic cup semi-finals there. At 1:10 also, we've got the Vars semi-final.
Introducing Next Gen 50, the new home of school rugby.
Well, where does this come from?
Covering everything the school game has to offer in both the north and southern hemispheres.
What a great tackle! It's not good enough.
1-2, skip a few and with the wheels.
Highlighting tomorrow's stars, Next Gen 15 will be bringing you live games and a regular update of all the news and in-depth views on the global game.
What's a kick? Where did he come from and how did that happen?
All your school rugby, all in one place. This is Next Gen 50. Introducing NextGenXV, the new home of school rugby.
Well, where does this come from?
Covering everything the school game has to offer in both the north and southern hemispheres.
What a great tackle! It's not good enough.
1-2, skip a few and with the wheels.
Highlighting tomorrow's stars, NextGen15 will be bringing you live games and a regular update of all the news and in-depth views on the global game.
What's a kick? Where did he come from and how did that happen?
All your school rugby, all in one place. This is NextGen15. Introducing NextGen15, the new home of school rugby.
Well, where does this come from?
Covering everything the school game has to offer in both the north and southern hemispheres.
What a great tackle! It's not good enough.
1-2, skip a few and with the wheels.
Highlighting tomorrow's stars, NextGen15 will be bringing you live games and a regular update of all the news and in-depth views on the global game.
What's a kick? Where did he come from and how did that happen?
All your school rugby, all in one place. This is NextGen15. Introducing NextGen15, the new home of school rugby.
Well, where does this come from?
Covering everything the school game has to offer in both the north and southern hemispheres.
What a great tackle! It's not good enough.
1-2, skip skip a few and with the wheels.
Highlighting tomorrow's stars, Next Gen 15 will be bringing you live games and a regular update of all the news and in-depth views on the global game.
What a kick! Where did he come from and how did that happen?
All your school rugby, all in one place. This is Next Gen 15. Introducing Next Gen 15, the new home of school rugby.
Well, where does this come from?
Covering everything the school game has to offer in both the north and southern hemispheres.
What a great tackle! It's not good enough!
1-2, skip a few and with the wheels.
Highlighting tomorrow's stars, Next Gen 15 will be bringing you live games and a regular update of all the news and in-depth views on the global game.
What a kick! Where did he come from and how did that happen?
All your school rugby, all in one place. This is Next Gen 15. Introducing Next Gen 15, the new home of school rugby.
Well, where does this come from?
Covering everything the school game has to offer in both the north and southern hemispheres.
What a great tackle! It's not good enough!
1-2, skip a few and with the wheels.
Highlighting tomorrow's stars, Next Gen 15 will be bringing you live games and a regular update of all the news and in-depth views on the global game.
What a kick! Where did he come from and how did that happen?
All your school rugby, all in one place. This is Next Gen 50.
names of what people are going into?
Introducing Next Gen 50, the new home of school rugby.
Well, where does this come from?
Covering everything the school game has to offer in both the north and southern hemispheres.
What a great tackle! It's not good enough.
1-2, skip a few and with the wheels.
Highlighting tomorrow's stars, Next Gen 15 will be bringing you live games and a regular update of all the news and in-depth views on the global game.
What's a kick? Where did he come from and how did it happen?
All your school rugby, all in one place. This is Next Gen 50. Introducing Next Gen 50, the new home of school rugby.
Well, where does this come from?
Covering everything the school game has to offer in both the north and southern hemispheres.
What a great tackle! It's not good enough.
1-2, skip a few and with the wheels.
Highlighting tomorrow's stars, Next Gen 15 will be bringing you live games and a regular update of all the news and in-depth views on the global game.
What's a kick? Where did he come from and how did it happen?
All your school rugby, all in one place. This is Next Gen 50. Introducing NextGenXV, the new home of school rugby.
Well, where does this come from?
Covering everything the school game has to offer in both the north and southern hemispheres.
What a great tackle! It's not good enough.
1-2, skip a few and with the wheels.
Highlighting tomorrow's stars, NextGen15 will be bringing you live games and a regular update of all the news and in-depth views on the global game.
What's a kick? Where did he come from and how did that happen?
All your school rugby, all in one place. This is NextGen15. Introducing NextGen15, the new home of school rugby.
Well, where does this come from?
Covering everything the school game has to offer in both the north and southern hemispheres.
What a great tackle! It's not good enough.
1-2, skip a few and with the wheels.
Highlighting tomorrow's stars, NextGen15 will be bringing you live games and a regular update of all the news and in-depth views on the global game.
What's a kick? Where did he come from and how did that happen?
All your school rugby, all in one place. This is NextGen15. Introducing NextGen15, the new home of school rugby.
Well, where does this come from?
Covering everything the school game has to offer in both the north and southern hemispheres.
What a great tackle! It's not good enough.
1-2, skip a view and with the wheels.
Highlighting tomorrow's stars, Next Gen 15 will be bringing you live games and a regular update of all the news and in-depth views on the global game.
What's a kick? Where did he come from and how did it happen?
All your school rugby, all in one place. This is Next Gen 15.
Due to start in 2 minutes.
Introducing Next Gen 15, the new home of school rugby.
Well, where does this come from?
Covering everything the school game has to offer in both the north and southern hemispheres.
What a great tackle! It's not good enough!
1-2, skipper view and with the wheels.
Highlighting tomorrow's stars, Next Gen 15 will be bringing you live games and a regular update of all the news and in-depth views on the global game.
What's a kick? Where did he come from and how did it happen?
All your school rugby, all in one place. This is Next Gen 15.
Match ball, guys.
Are we waiting for something on this monitor?
Right, while they find out. Ball.
Has it turned itself off?
Use that one. So, guys, Berkhamsted, Trinity, Berkhamsted. Option kick or receive. Kick, which end do you want? This end? Great, perfect. Match ball. Can we use that one?
Alex tag TWG.
Said.
Cup semi-final here at the Seaford Tens. Trinity versus Berkhamsted. Both teams coming through their group stages almost untouched. Really exciting to see both these teams go up against each other. The light blue hoops of Trinity. Alongside me, one of their injured players, Alex Tagg, will lend a bit of insight to things as we go forward. And Berkhamsted in the blue and red hoops.
No hands, Reg!
How do you feel that Trinity have been going today, Alex? What are your thoughts on your home side?
Yeah, I think the boys have worked really hard all season, and obviously it's been a good start to the day so far, and hopefully this can continue in the game.
Bit worried about Berkhamsted? They look good.
Yeah, they're very well drilled, and obviously we played them early in the season, so it's good to see what they do.
I was going to say this is a match-up from a little bit earlier. Two teams who kind of know each other. A bit of history here. Audacious offloads. We've seen a fair amount of those today.
That's gone forward.
Trinity will come back for the knock-on. The referee will come all the way back here. Ben McNamara in charge of this with the whistle. Who's to look out for on the Trinity side? Who's the player that I think might light it up for you today?
I think if you look in the centres, you've got Ollie Bailey. He's a great ball carrier as well. Also at fullback, Josh Bellamy. I think he's on the screen now. Also very good ball carrier, and watch for his speed too.
Led by Archie Pearson as well from number 8. I think the Trinity side. This format of the game, if you're only just joining us this afternoon, it's a condensed affair. Condensed in terms of time. You have to manage these 16 minutes very well. 10 players on the pitch, a little bit more space than 15s, but not quite the isolation of 7s. You have to do the good things well. And there's another lovely bit of interplay, and eventually Berkhamsted get back and make the tackles. You can see the incision from Trinity there. Really taking them on. All of a sudden, the ball is in the hands of Berkhamsted. And it is... the penalty is going to go Trinity's way. It was Montero there who tried to make hay with the ball. Charlie Montero, wearing 13 on his back. And the right ball, eventually comes onto the pitch. They were struggling for the ball earlier, and a much shinier, bright white ball comes onto the pitch for them to play with. And is that Bellamy kicking for the touchline? Doesn't quite make it. But Berkhamsted have to go from really deep. Throwing the ball around a little bit. Good power from the Hertfordshire side. Good tackles in the midfield as well. Berkhamsted still got it go the short side. Doesn't quite work. Ball on the deck. Bit of footwork, but the penalty is going to go Berkhamsted's way.
Early tackle. Is this player here?
Nip and tuck at the moment. Good deep kick. Trinity will try and run it from deep. He gets scragged, then the offload. Bit of space on the right-hand side to get his legs going. Ben Young with the hard yards. Ball over.
Leave it.
Here's Montero. The breakdown absolutely crucial, and that kick is also absolutely crucial. Should have gone out. It doesn't.
Over the line.
Trinity are going to be able to dot it down over their own try line and take a 22. Opportunity missed there for Berkhamsted, Alex.
Yeah, I think so. I think, would have been a quite important kick to get that into touch and put them in good position on the field.
Alex Tagg from Trinity himself, so admittedly one eye on it. Trinity again just trying to make sure all the nuts and bolts of Berkhamsted's defensive line are in place. Asking questions again. This is Bellamy. with a kick to that far side, and a really good kick, and I think he's gone into touch. Chabra issued into touch. He's a good man offensively, but then had to work hard. Great kick there from Bellamy, good vision. You mentioned him before, it's coming true.
Sure is, great kick there. Found Khalil on the side as well, made a great tackle.
Yeah, kick is only as good as its chase. Semi-final of the cup competition here at the Seaford Southern Tens. Sun has remained resplendent in the sky. Really glorious day down here near the south coast. Ball is a little scrappy from Trinity. They just about tidy it up, and away they come. Bellamy working hard, pumping those legs pretty hard to get going, and a little bit of space here again for Trinity. Good fend, number 13 on his back. Ollie Bailey, you mentioned him as well. Clairvoyant work from my co-commentator. And Berkhamsted being asked to sit down. What a score that is from Khalil Alain. Strong work. Originally the incision made, and he followed it up, and well, he was like a teacher at the start of the class. Sit down, everyone. I'm in charge here. Lovely score.
Yeah, great score there. I think he managed to get on the outside and just dot it down in the try zone. Great score.
He looks quite a large piece of furniture. I mean, running down corridors and things at school must be a little bit tricky. You've got to be careful where you go around find him in your way. Rather large shoulder. He's going to make his way off, I think. And he's... I mean, management of this process most certainly key. Time management, obviously. Potentially still a game to go, of course.
Let's go, guys.
Berkhamsted will get the restart. They'll get to receive it. Interesting to see just how deep this goes from Bellamy. It's nice and high and hangs up in the air, allows Berkhamsted to grab hold of it. Good chase though from Trinity. There's a little bit of gap down the short side, and through the gap they go. Big James Boylan. Boylan busying himself. Good work from the scrum half as well to keep the ball alive. Berkhamsted respond here. Trinity will have to be clever. They've got a little bit narrow as well. There's space out here on the left-hand side. Oh, good counter-rucking from Trinity, making a nuisance of themselves. But the referee says it's a penalty. Berkhamsted come again. Hodges, nice play. Montero, he'll go himself, and he scores. Charlie Doe. Response is strong from Berkhamsted. Well, could have anything been done a little bit better? I know it's your own team, but could the defence have been a little bit more structured there?
Yeah, I think, you know, we got a bit narrow and allowed them to go around the outside. Still a great score though from Berkhamsted.
Yeah, speak to them, otherwise I'll reverse the penalty. Thank you.
And a conversion to boot as well.
Half time.
That's half time, I think. Well, we are one score apiece. Just the conversion, the difference, and it is going to be that sort of tight affair. Alex Tagg, your thoughts? What do you think will be said in that Trinity huddle? What messages will go on?
I think, you know, the overall message would be that, you know, good first half. I feel like, as I said before, you know, in defence, just get a little bit more wider, as it will allow them to not go around the outside. As well as this, you know, got to get the ball in the hands of our playmakers and just keep making things happen. Good, strong half from both sides.
And despite what the caption says, I'm pretty sure we're playing against Berkhamsted. Yes, not RGS High Wycombe. I'm pretty sure it's Berkhamsted here. But let's just have a quick look at some of these players. And what really struck me was Trinity's ability to keep the ball alive. Is that something you talk about a lot in practice?
Yeah, in training back at school, you know, we do a lot on offloading from a tackle. A lot of offloading in training, as it allows us to, you know, keep the ball alive. I think we see it there, being able to keep the ball alive and eventually go and score.
Only a 1 minute turnaround in these games at half-time, just about enough time to get a bit of water on, get a few words said. Berkhamsted struck back here, and this is a really closely run thing. And actually it came off. I didn't notice it in real time, but that was a kick that ricocheted back off Trinity's midfield. And it's those sort of moments, that sort of luck. You've got to ride it to a certain extent. You've got to have it go your way. There's not much time to recover. Words being said by the Berkhamsted 10. Right, huge 8 minutes. Bellamy has already got his hands on the ball. I wonder just exactly what part he'll play in the second half. Both these teams have a power game, have a skill set to match as well. Really, really impressive. Kick is high and hanging. They're after it. It's a good reclaim by Trinity. Bellamy gets it immediately back, having restarted and slunk back to try and protect the backfield. He gets the ball back. Left they come. Pierce Cummings. Ball is spoilt by Berkhamsted and tiptoes out of touch.
Backwards off red into touch, so it's blue ball. In the contest, it's come off red into touch, therefore it's a blue line out. You good to go? Blue line
We'll have another scrum. What position do you normally play if you were playing? I can see you hobbling around on crutches. What's your injury, by the way? What's your injury?
So I tore my ACL in November. So yeah, it's been pretty tough so far. But I usually play on the wing, and it's been great to have at least a few games this year playing with this team.
Yeah, indeed, indeed. Prognosis? Do you have a date? Dare I say it? No.
Well, not as such, but hopefully next season.
Okay.
Looking forward to that. So hopefully by then we'll be all right.
Good luck to you with that, most definitely. Great to have players and co-coms. A little bit of insight, a little bit of magic for them to get involved with it all, and a little bit of a chance to, get one over on your friends occasionally. I need some insight on these players. I need some secrets. That's what I want.
I don't think I can give you all that.
No, you probably look after your personal health far too much to be giving away those sorts of things. Scrum time again. Berkhamsted, break left. Big, strong runners, and the ball looped inside, and it's worked out. It's Bagra. Into the corner they go, length of the field stuff from Berkhamsted. Kept the ball alive exceptionally well. Chabra it was, with the initial break. The ball looped up almost tantalisingly for Trinity. They thought about intercepting it. But on they burst. Chabra did an exceptional job. Freddie Chabra, wearing 14 on his back, made the inroad. I think it was Dan Barnett with the finish. 7 points the difference. Trinity have got to come from behind. So quickly, though, this format of the game can change. A little bit of a mismatch, and all of a sudden, try underneath the posts. Got to be sharp, got to be switched on your defence. Barnett with the restart. Hangs it high. Berkhamsted come down with it. Ball goes in the favour of Trinity. What are we expecting here? What are we expecting here, Alex? Do we I mean, it's a difficult part of the field, isn't it? You know, in a 15s game, you'd probably be guaranteed to be looking to boot. But in this format of game, there's a bit more space, a bit more opportunity.
Yeah, I feel like maybe here, as in the middle of the field, maybe hit our centres, or he's gone around the outside.
He's gone the blind side. No, no back row, and all of a sudden hay is being made. Look at the Maisie running. Offloading needs to be safe and correct. It isn't, but just about. Trinity managed to tidy it all up. It goes left again. There is the tab. Oh, and he misses the hack through. Montero.
Rock now.
He's managed to get hold of the ball. The miss was from Boylan.
Onside.
Barnett, the crossfield kick. We haven't seen many of these today. What about the collect? Almost brilliant from Coleman. Trinity pour through. The counter ruck is excellent.
You're playing the ball on the floor.
Hands in, says the referee. Crucial bit of play. Barnett's hanging kick was superb. Coleman didn't have to break stride.
Red on the floor,
but Trinity did exceptionally well to scramble and get back through the ball and win it. How crucial could that be in the dying embers of this game? The left boot of the scrum half. Who's that in the scrum half? Who just kicked that, Alex?
That was Josh again.
Bellamy, was it?
Yeah, both feeted, so you can kick off the right and the left.
Oh, wouldn't that have been nice if you could do that? I can't kick with either foot. Yeah, you could call me ambidextrous. I just can't do it with either. Throw in for Trinity. Rise high, nicely done. Bellamy again, sniping as he has. Held on to it a little bit too long. No. Offside, says the referee. Another opportunity in which to go down the sideline. No, they choose to bring it out this way. Trinity, some rather large pieces of machinery hanging around out here. You can see them hit. You can almost hear it as they go through. The try score. Khalil Alain making headway.
Leave it, guys, leave it.
Trinity again. Very successful in their group games, but the ball has gone forward and Berkhamsted trying to grab hold of it. So are Trinity. Who gets it there? Scrum half, Panisi.
Hands up, great, no.
Panisi again, neatly off the floor.
Tackle.
Little snipe. Down the sideline they go. George Rowlands, I think it might be. Slightly isolated, and again, Trinity are good over the ball. Berkhamsted just with their noses in front. Oh, they're going to be brought back. They thought they were away. The big lad, Joe Connolly. He's a big. They weren't that big when I was at school. Goodness me.
We have to.
He thought he was away. It's been brought back. There's an injured player going to hobble off for Berkhamsted, I think.
You made the change. Yeah, Berkhamsted ready to go. Okay, we'll start with a penalty here.
Still a little bit of time left in this game. Certainly enough time for Trinity to get a score. And they need it. 7 points behind. Connolly, look at him go. Look at the step, look at the fend. Tries to go around the last person. Thinks about the offload. The Trinity player comes on at pace. The ball tiptoes out of touch. Berkhamsted's defence just about holds firm.
Let's go.
Quick line out, scrappy line out, on the floor, brave work down. Montero smashed for his pains, but manages to get the ball on the floor. Berkhamsted fire it out, goes all the way into touch. Trinity will get the The throw to this line out. The pressure, you can almost reach out and touch it. The tension is growing. Line out, didn't look too straight. The referee says okay.
Up now in the 5.
Forward they pour. Working hard on the ground to make it available. Into the midfield they come. The first receiver is missed. Good offload, basketball style. Out to the left wing. Big, strong fend, and it is number 5. Pierce Cummins, I think.
Sean Oganyemi.
Oh, my mistake. Sean Oganyemi. Out on this left-hand touchline. The conversion is going to be tough. Big Sean, as he has done a couple of times, I think, already this afternoon. Coming up, trumps to Trinity. But what about this for Bellamy? Josh Bellamy with the conversion from a drop kick. Cool as you like. All square on pitch 2. Perfect semi-final for an absolutely stonking competition today.
It's last play now.
Who's got it? Who can reach in furthest and deepest and find the reserves? Smallest of mistakes. The smallest moments of skill might triumph. Poor old Alex Tagg alongside me, injured player from Trinity. As nervous as those out on the pitch. Ball almost into the hands of Trinity. And that is full time, and I think we'll have to work out what we do. I think there might be extra time.
Captain.
Unless it goes straight to penalties. Oh goodness, don't tell me that. Pete Richards is looking at me as if to forlornly. No game should be settled by penalty goals. No, it looks like they're going to go to extra time, I think. How much extra time in tens, though? Seconds? 5 minutes each way. First try, there we go. First points win it. So it's a golden point. Fantastic. Okay, so extra time we head into. And the first points, whatever they are, so you can think that if a penalty is given away, they might opt to kick at goal. First points will win it. Both of these teams done superbly today. Neither really deserves to be walking away. But unfortunately, can only have one of these teams in the final. So the full-time score is equal. Yes, a little bit of confusion, but I think extra time will be had. Or is he going to go and check? Going to sort himself out? Let me just go and double check. Over comes the referee.
Yeah, golden point, not golden try. Yeah. It's golden point. Yeah. Penalties. Anything.
What do you reckon, Alex?
Yep.
What are your thoughts as a player?
Well, yeah,
what are you trying to sort of? Are you trying to calm yourself down? Are you trying to ride the emotion? What are you trying to do?
Yeah, I mean, I'm nervous. Just
Let's go, Trinity.
So, I mean, obviously, golden point. We'll get some good field position.
Yeah, Trinity,
and,
it is golden point. Yeah, announcer got it wrong. It's golden point.
Pens. Just see.
Yep,
see how it goes.
Do you trust the way that you've been playing this afternoon? Do you go with the way that you've been doing? You don't change anything? You do what you've been doing?
Yeah, I think so. You know, got to this point so far. So changing things might, end badly. So I think just stick with what we've done so far and just play our game on our terms.
Restart from Berkhamsted, high and hanging, very brave after it. Most definitely Chabra bashed his head on the way down.
Wash him. Play on. Wash him.
Trinity looking for the offload, looking for the opportunity. They've played such a joyous game of rugby throughout this competition. Now the semi-final heads into extra time. Golden points available. Bellamy dallying a little, trying to find the space. Bellamy again. He's been the glue that's joined it all together. Bellamy pushes his way through the crowd. The ball bounces up absolutely superbly. Josh Bellamy with a piece of individual magic that would grace any rugby field.
What a try.
What a score indeed. And Berkhamsted are crestfallen. It was an individual piece of skill that settled it and has sent Trinity through to the final. Alex, your thoughts on that? What a way to win it.
Wow, I mean, a game like this deserved to finish like that. I mean, like, what a try. Great piece of skill to chip the last defender. And obviously, as I said at the start, watch for his pace, and I think we saw that there.
You were right all along. Fantastic game of rugby. Fantastic advert for school sport. Rugby age group excellence. Trinity 17, Berkhamsted 12, the full-time score.
Well, here we go. No rest for the wicked. We're straight back into action here on pitch 2, this time with a plate semi-final. Roberts here, accompanied by Sam Roberts. It was quite surprising to see Brighton in this position. A lot of people may have thought that they may be in contention for the cup, but they'll be wanting to take home some silverware nonetheless.
Yeah, Marlborough certainly got their work cut out this afternoon. Brighton look a really, really good side, but there are some quite good sides now in the cup semi-finals, and they missed out, perhaps by a whisker. Trinity beating them in that last game, but they come here with a point to prove. You know, a plate is never the greatest place to be, but once you're in it, you want to make the best of it.
Harry Brown with the lovely offload, exploiting space out wide, trying to use it, but hands not really being Brighton's best friend. Good offloads, though, from the deck, trying to keep the ball alive, as they have done throughout this whole tournament. There could be space here for Ethan Dando. Another good offload. Trying to release Risagros. Connolly. Now Harry Brown, the striding big gait of Harry Brown. Big hit. Alistair Connolly there. Coming out favourite. Charlie Clare trying to use his distribution and keep hold of the ball nicely, as he does just there. And Brighton slightly panicking in their own 22. They might want to look for an exit because they don't seem to be going anywhere. And Marlborough pounced on it now. Ali. This is Marlborough in possession. Ball is spewed out each and every way. And this is Bartlett who looks to get things back underway. And Lloyd Gilmore trying to find some space of his own rather than using his backs. Bartlett again. Ever so close to the line now, Marlborough. Inches away from the whitewash, and they're going to try and go themselves. Ball still available for them. Flung out wide. There's space on the outside. Oh, but it's a forward pass. Inches away from getting the first score on the doors.
Yeah, it didn't come to anything, but they'll come back and they've got another go. It's a little bit of an arm wrestle at the moment. Marlborough keeping it really tight. They don't want to go too far away from those posts.
Ed Wrench, the latest to take it up. Lloyd Gilmore, again going himself. Ever so close now. A few blades of grass preventing them. This time it's a score. This time it's good. Ollie Adamson, second bite of the cherry. Tastes sweet. 5 points in favour of Marlborough.
It's nothing less than they deserve. They've waited patiently. They've tried every single door down the corridor, as it were, and eventually found one that opened. It was really, really good, patient play from Marlborough, and Brighton have got their work cut out.
Lloyd Gilmore will look to add the extras, and that one goes wayward. Brighton's decision to try and play with ball in hand in the 22 rather than exit potentially, well, has cost them 5 points, and something that maybe they'll look to reassess if they end up in that same situation.
It has been a feature of this afternoon, the choice. The 15 choice would, of course, be to boot it clear.
Yeah.
And the confusion is, the sevens game is about running it, and now they find themselves betwixt and between.
Lloyd Gilmore restarts this switch to Charlie Clare, and Donda really not on the same wavelength, but it's well done by Dando, who flings the ball wide and tries to find someone on the end of it. Does in the end, and this is great work from Brighton, who try to get something out of it. An electrifying run from Dando, making something out of nothing and getting Brighton on the front foot.
Dando did really well to sort of find himself in the space, and then almost flung too ambitious a pass, and it flew over the intended recipient. And unfortunately, the move broke down, and they'll have to go from scrum time now.
Marlborough just making sure that Ollie Bowman is prepared for this scrum. Laces tied. Otto Bartlett will feed. It's gone down. Referee doesn't like that picture. He wants to see it again.
Has been refreshing to watch a game of rugby without too many resets.
Well, they'll be out at 5 now, you've said that. Felsted seem to be running riot on pitch 1, so they are now the team to beat. Miscommunication once again between 9 and 10 has caused Marlborough to try and rethink their attacking options, and Max Robinson does well to try and get something on it, but Brighton College over the ball, doing well. Dando will...
That was Argyros, I think it was, the number 12, over the ball, doing an excellent job.
Galbraith Gibbons finds touch. Brighton with the first opportunity to enter Marlborough's 22. They'll want to come up with some points here.
Yeah, this game is not long enough really to spoil too many chances. Once you get in there, you need to make convert the territory into top dollar.
And there it is. There's the opportunity. Comes through Toby Vander. Harry Brown once more. Good offload, but instead it finds a Marlborough hand, and
Could be
Ali
trouble here.
with the gas going up the gears is Ali. Steps around Farrell, trying to find an option. Decides to go himself. An excellent solo effort to get Marlborough in the 22. It's a complete roles reversed. Bartlett. Quick ball required. There's numbers on the outside if they can use them. Oh, and it's fumbled at the last minute. Ed Betts. All he had to do there was just give the ball slightly earlier, try to get through the tackle, then make the offload. There was Herod, Taylor and Adamson outside. Neither could manage to get anything on it, and it will end up being a Brighton line-out. But the last time we had a Brighton line-out, we were all the way up there. It's a complete changed picture after that excellent run from Ali.
Yeah, Ali sort of saw the opportunity, and a little bit like Sevens, when you get the mismatch, there is a bit of space to run into, and he was able to really go and then almost go again. He kind of stopped at one stage and then went again, and that was good presence of mind to get as far as he possibly could. It was a shame that Marlborough couldn't finish it off.
Jack Hewer with ball in hand. Scored a try in their game against Lord Wordsworth in the morning. Let's see what his friends can do with the flashy feet. Here's Farrell stepping on the gas, trying to return the favour to Ali. Ali this time still up to the challenge. There's numbers out here again if they can use them, trying to stay square, and it's Herod Taylor who's out wide and met by his numbered equivalent, Zach Coxon. Jamie Cook, the latest to carry. Good little dart from Lloyd Gilmore, tries to get the ball away, but decides it's best to keep it in hand and go through the phases. Great line, cut by Ollie Bowman, like hot knife through butter. Ollie Bowman doubles Marlborough's advantage, sort of out of nowhere.
Really good line, really good presence of mind as well from the 9 to see him coming and find him with the flat pass. It takes a bit of coordination, a bit of skill to talk about that and work that out in training, but it was there, the call was early, and the decision and the effect was almighty.
This time, Lloyd Gilmore makes no mistake with the conversion. And it's a 12-point game going into half-time. Not the way that we expected it to be as we started off. Marlborough have been ever so dominant, and Brighton not really answering many questions.
Yeah, maybe you look a little bit tired, maybe look a little bit as though their race has been run. They've shot their bolt to a certain extent, and Marlborough just seem more alive to opportunities. That last try was a case in point. Brighton scrambling to get back into position, and Marlborough had already worked out how to do them in. It's Marlborough's game at the moment, but we know with this format of the game, all can change pretty quickly.
Half-time score here on pitch 2. Marlborough 12, Brighton 0. an uphill climb for Brighton in this second half. One that they will be very much up for doing. Great tackle from Sam Pastors, denying Marlborough an early opportunity to get some more points on the board. They still have the ball though, through Max Robinson and friends, and trying to use those widths effectively. The ball distributed well, this time to Bartlett and out wide to Jack Ralph. Long balls over the top seem to be the answer. Here's Betts. Out wide once again. Oh, shirt's come off there. He's still going. Oh, and it's a spilled ball, however. Brighton have it. They're going to try and make the most of this advantage. But no. Sam Martin Jenkins there was just unclothed by that tackle of from Brighton, and
game is difficult enough, isn't it, without your clothes coming off.
Brighton will have to throw, an opportunity to stamp their authority on this game, something they haven't been able to do so far.
Good line out.
Pasta with good platform to work with, and Vander will take that head on. Trying to use the hands, and instead the ball's on the floor and it's being kicked around, and there must have been a knock on somewhere. Yes, there was. It was a Brighton ball. Just not enough sort of creativity from Brighton to be able to make something of that.
Marlborough look as though they're pretty content at keeping, you know, sort of Brighton at bay. They look as though they're able to sort of shepherd them, move them across. Doesn't look as though they're panicking too much when Brighton come forward, and maybe that's the telling factor here. Marlborough look as though they're in control.
Good ball again from the scrum. Has options aplenty, Dando being one of them. Looking to break a hole, and he's still going as Dando gets up and brings Vander into the game, as well as Smith, the captain.
Good pick-up.
There's been an issue, however, in the middle of that, and looks like we'll have a departure. Ed Wrench will spend some time in the bin.
Not quite sure what that was for.
Hewer, as Brighton will look to make the best of this man advantage. Smith. Slight miscommunication there between Pastors, and Woody Wilson is taking full advantage of that, and he's scored. A poacher's effort.
A little bit over complication in the midfield from Brighton. They tried to do something fancy and it didn't quite work, and Marlborough kind of playing this game as though they're a bit surprised at how much good ball is being given to them.
Pastors and Loveridge almost putting it on a plate for Woody Wilson.
I think Woody Wilson's a name that deserves to score a try. I like that. Woody Wilson, he sounds like a man who's having fun with his life.
Playing with a smile on his face. His time is done. He has been relieved of his duties.
Who would have seen this, though, eh? Nearly 20 points ahead.
Even more of a challenge for Brighton to try and make something of this match. We've seen stranger things happen in the schoolboy rugby circuit, but Brighton certainly have a challenge in front of them. If they lose this, that is their last game. Smith has made his way onto the pitch and looks to try and make something of this. Great line. Toby Vander calls a post from the Brighton bench, but he can't make his way over there. Instead, he will dive over, and it's a good nudge from Zach Coxon. Brings this game into consideration. Great work and great individual score there from Vander.
Yeah, good strength, good awareness. I thought he was looking to offload at one stage, but then he felt the bodies fall away from him, and then he went, and there was a little bit of call, as you say. The Brighton College coaching team was screaming at him to get underneath the post, but he obviously knew Coxon had it in him to slot it as well. Can Brighton gather something here?
We've heard of the Brighton miracle, which is synonymous in the rugby world. This would be a Brighton miracle of our own if they could do something about this. It's Marlborough, however, who currently have the ball, but they're slightly panicking with it, and it's Martin Jenkins who's been tasked with sort of trying to sweep things up and get the ball back. Good
counter-ruck.
Charlie Clare on it. Brighton have the ball. Smith, the skipper, plays it out wide. Dando. Oh, the ball was on out there. McKeem had space and real estate in front of him, and Hewer just couldn't get the ball out.
Tired execution, it looked like. Long day. You know, a lot of rugby been played already, and some of the key skills just gets affected by the way that the tiredness of the limbs starts to do what it does, and that did look a little bit fatigued, that final pass. It wasn't too difficult. Let's put it bluntly.
Ed Wrench, who's returned to play, will feed this line out. It's going to go straight out though, and looks like Marlborough will have it again.
Marlborough won't mind this. Just a bit of space and time. Just a bit of opportunity which to sip a little bit of life out of it. Good read, though.
McKeem to Smith, who seems to be playing in that orchestrating role at 10, and Dando ducking and diving and sprinting his way towards the try line. We have a grandstand finish here on pitch 2. Dando converts his own effort to bring us to a 5-point game. 3 minutes to go. Brighton coming back from the dead like a phoenix rising from the ashes, and brings us an all-important contest to decide who goes into the final at the plate.
What a score that was from Brighton. There is life left in the old dog.
That's him. Pascal could get onto that. McKeem, the latest to carry for Brighton. Good offload. Coxon trying to get onto it. Knock-on advantage as a referee. Marlborough potentially with space on the outside. Good work from Adamson. Penalty to Brighton. 2 minutes to go. Smith wasting no time. Good step. Support not with him, but not 10, says the referee, and there'll be another person to go to the bin.
Can Brighton do this?
Here we go. Smith once again seems to be everywhere at the moment. Jack Hewer in support. Once again, it's Smith. Calls for numbers outside. They've got it here. All they need to do is execute. The hands are on. Charlie Smith could finish in the corner. No, he's in touch. Flag is raised. Referee hasn't seen it. Smith. Dando. Slightly controversial finish as the flag was raised on the far side.
I would say controversial. The flag went up, and of course the flag went then back down. Oh, I'm not sure about that, but there we go.
Zach Coxon with an easy conversion, but an all-important conversion. And Brighton have come back from 19 points down to beat Marlborough 21 points to 19. As we mentioned, that is Brighton miracle all over again.
Well, you called it, didn't you? Extraordinary display, resolute, resilience. They just showed it all. They really did believe in it. And as the game wore on and Marlborough started to creak, you just felt there was only one way. You know, big shout out to Smith wearing 6 on his back. I mean, it's not the first time we've mentioned that name in Brighton colours, but it was really, really good. He orchestrated things. He was everywhere. A fantastic display. I wonder what they can do in the final.
Leading from the front, Smith's men from the south get into the final. Final score here on pitch 2, Marlborough 19, Brighton 21.
Introducing NextGenXV, the new home of school rugby.
Well, where does this come from?
Covering everything the school game has to offer in both the north and southern hemispheres.
What a great tackle! It's not good enough.
1-2, skip a few and with the wheels.
Highlighting tomorrow's stars, NextGen15 will be bringing you live games and a regular update of all the news and in-depth views on the global game.
What a kick! Where did he come from and how did that happen?
All your school rugby, all in one place. This is NextGen15. Introducing NextGen15, the new home of school rugby.
Well, where does this come from?
Covering everything the school game has to offer in both the north and southern hemispheres.
What a great tackle! It's not good enough.
2, skip a few and with the wheels.
Highlighting tomorrow's stars, Next Gen 15 will be bringing you live games and a regular update of all the news and in-depth views on the global game.
What's a kick? Where did he come from and how did that happen?
All your school rugby, all in one place. This is Next Gen 15. Introducing Next Gen 15, the new home of school rugby.
Well, where does this come from?
Covering everything the school game has to offer in both the north and southern hemispheres.
What a great tackle! It's not good enough!
1, 2, skip a few and with the wheels.
Highlighting tomorrow's stars, Next Gen 15 will be bringing you live games and a regular update of all the news and in-depth views on the global game.
What's a kick? Where did he come from and how did that happen?
All your school rugby, all in one place. This is Next Gen 15. Introducing Next Gen 15, the new home of school rugby.
Well, where does this come from?
Covering everything the school game has to offer in both the north and southern hemispheres.
What a great tackle! It's not good enough!
1, 2, skip a few and with the wheels.
Highlighting tomorrow's stars, Next Gen 15 will be bringing you live games and a regular update of all the news and in-depth views on the global game.
What's a kick? Where did he come from and how did that happen?
All your school rugby, all in one place. This is Next Gen 50. Introducing Next Gen 50, the new home of school rugby.
Well, where does this come from?
Covering everything the school game has to offer in both the north and southern hemispheres.
What a great tackle! It's not good enough.
1-2, skip a few and with the wheels.
Highlighting tomorrow's stars, Next Gen 15 will be bringing you live games and a regular update of all the news and in-depth views on the global game.
What's a kick? Where did he come from and how did it happen?
All your school rugby, all in one place. This is Next Gen 50. Introducing Next Gen 50, the new home of school rugby.
Well, where does this come from?
Covering everything the school game has to offer in both the north and southern hemispheres.
What a great tackle! It's not good enough.
1-2, skip a few and with the wheels.
Highlighting tomorrow's stars, Next Gen 15 will be bringing you live games and a regular update of all the news and in-depth views on the global game.
What's a kick? Where did he come from and how did it happen?
All your school rugby, all in one place. This is Next Gen 50. Introducing NextGenXV, the new home of school rugby.
Well, where does this come from?
Covering everything the school game has to offer in both the north and southern hemispheres.
What a great tackle! It's not good enough.
1-2, skip a few and with the wheels.
Highlighting tomorrow's stars, NextGen15 will be bringing you live games and a regular update of all the news and in-depth views on the global game.
What's a kick? Where did he come from and how did that happen?
All your school rugby, all in one place. This is NextGen15. Introducing NextGen15, the new home of school rugby.
Well, where does this come from?
Covering everything the school game has to offer in both the north and southern hemispheres.
What a great tackle! It's not good enough.
1-2, skip a few and with the wheels.
Highlighting tomorrow's stars, NextGen15 will be bringing you live games and a regular update of all the news and in-depth views on the global game.
What's a kick? Where did he come from and how did that happen?
All your school rugby, all in one place. This is NextGen15. Introducing NextGen15, the new home of school rugby.
Well, where does this come from?
Covering everything the school game has to offer in both the north and southern hemispheres.
What a great tackle! It's not good enough.
1-2, skip a view and with the wheels.
Highlighting tomorrow's stars, Next Gen 15 will be bringing you live games and a regular update of all the news and in-depth views on the global game.
What's a kick? Where did he come from and how did it happen?
All your school rugby, all in one place. This is Next Gen 15. Introducing Next Gen 15, the new home of school rugby.
Well, where does this come from?
Covering everything the school game has to offer in both the north and southern hemispheres.
What a great tackle! It's not good enough!
1-2, skipper view and with the wheels.
Highlighting tomorrow's stars, Next Gen 15 will be bringing you live games and a regular update of all the news and in-depth views on the global game.
What's a kick? Where did he come from and how did it happen?
All your school rugby, all in one place. This is Next Gen 15. Introducing Next Gen 15, the new home of school rugby.
Well, where does this come from?
Covering everything the school game has to offer in both the north and southern hemispheres.
What a great tackle! It's not good enough!
1-2, skipper view and with the wheels.
Highlighting tomorrow's stars, Next Gen 15 will be bringing you live games and a regular update of all the news and in-depth views on the global game.
What's a kick? Where did he come from and how did it happen?
All your school rugby, all in one place. This Next Gen 15.
So you join us live on pitch 2 for the Vars final between Haileybury and Seaford College here at the Seaford Southern Tens. And I'm joined alongside me by Peter Richards from Return to Play. Good to have you back again.
Thanks, Angus. Yeah, good to be back. Last games of the day now, the finals, and you know, although Seaford and Haileybury probably disappointed that they're in this final, but it's, you know, it's a great opportunity to take some silverware away. First Seaford Tens, get to a final. Obviously, you want to win it, but memorable day for everyone. What great weather! I think Seaford have laid on a superb day of rugby here. They've obviously been very lucky with the weather. It's definitely helped, but really impressive setup and really exciting game we're looking forward to here.
Certainly are. And Sean Thompson out in front of us, the new head of rugby here at Seaford College, striding up and down the touchline, sorting out his team. And the teams will be on your right-hand side of the screen. In purple are Haileybury, and in blue and white hoops on the left-hand side of your screen will be Seaford College. Seaford then, led by the magnificent Johnny Green, as his father, the headmaster of the school, strolls down the touchline. An opportune moment. Former Saracens player, of course, out here to watch his son try and do the business. His son, of course, he plays for Quins. Bit of rivalry in the family there. Almost away. Sean Thompson on the phone, just trying to ring round, make sure he's got 10 players on the field. Still getting to grips with the names of some of these boys, making sure he's got them in the phone properly. Off we go then. Seaford kick deep. Haileybury collect. Looking to play from deep. Bit of sevens style footwork there from Haileybury. Stretching it coast to coast. I know you're an advocate in this format of playing it closer to 15s in terms of territory rather than the coast to coast.
For sure, and I love a theme, and you know, what I've seen on these pitch 1 and 2 over the course of the last few games is all the points being scored at this bottom end, so the far end from where we're at now, and I think the wind has got something to do with that. So using that wind to your advantage to actually get the ball long and play some territory instead of what's happening now. Obviously, Haileybury turning the ball over 5 metres from the try line and really gifting Seaford an early start.
And it's that man again, Clark, getting himself across the line. He was so good in the final group game of the day, and it's his bit of opportunism that gets Seaford College across the try line for the first time in this Vars final. I apologise, Arthur Chads, not Arthur Clark. Arthur Chads, an absolute live wire
Yeah, good start from Seaford. Perfect start, really deep kick. Some solid drift defence. Obviously got a turnover and then a really nice little evasive run from the half-back to get him on the board. But see if what Haileybury have got in terms of response.
They're certainly responding with power through the middle. Osobor charging through, part of the Saracens Academy. Now they shift it wide. Hat clear, there's no one at home. It's going to be a foot race. The ball may beat them all though. Drifts long, so we'll come back for the scrum.
Right idea, wasn't it? Right idea from Haileybury, that. Punch it up through the middle and then with a bit of space on the edge and the kick through, great idea. Love the idea, but again, a bit too enthusiastic. Maybe that kick from within your own half, but just, you know, the luck of the bounce. But again, with the wind, it's probably hard to see on the screen, but the wind's behind Haileybury in this first half. It tends to bounce on, doesn't it, and run and run. And an opportunity missed, but again, good bit of territory for Haileybury, and they'll take this opportunity to try and put some pressure on Seaford.
It's been really noticeable to me all day. Hardly any team is playing in defence with someone sweeping. Can't get my head around it.
Yeah, and probably not seen enough. We mentioned in the previous game, we commed on.
As Bowley breaks clear. Bowley, the superstar of this Seaford College side. He's hauled down early, has another dabble, can't quite get there. It's superb work on the floor from Haileybury to bounce back from the tackle. Bowley inches from glory there.
Oh, what a tackle, what a tackle. Try saver, but a complete game changer. You know, you go 2 tries down that early on in the game. And again, look at that, using the wind to great effect there. Probably what they should have done from the first kickoff, but penalty under their sticks, and look, 50 yards for free, essentially. Great break from Seaford, great break, and for all purposes, that's a try, but you've got to credit the defence. You'd love to see that.
The work to be able to make the tackle, recover as Bowley scrambled to get back to his feet. And then the work to turn the ball over, earn the penalty, and as you say, 50 yards down the field. But a bit of ill-discipline in not releasing the ball from Haileybury means we go back again.
We see refs hot on that, don't we, in the Premiership? New rule, you know, what has to be demonstrated there, the player has to release the ball, and then he's able to pick it back up and run on, but instead he just stood back up, and but the referee said the tackle's complete, so you must release the ball as the tackle player, and give Seaford a chance here to, I can tell you where the line-out's going. It'd be crazy not to throw it to Johnny Green.
He's my go-to every time if I'm that hooker. I don't care what the call is, I'm throwing it to him. Seaford looking really threatening in the opening stages of this game. Every time they get the ball, they're looking threatening as that man Chads gets on it again. Turned over by Haileybury though. Haileybury working hard in defence. They've been under pressure, but they're working incredibly hard. Seaford competing though as well, but we'll have a penalty. That was in at the side that time.
Well, you could definitely say, Angus, the breakdown is very fiercely contested. That's about maybe the 3rd or 4th penalty in this half at the breakdown, and a bit of a lottery. This stage of the game, or of the day, sorry. Fatigue setting in.
No side entry, no.
And people becoming more and more competitive at these breakdowns.
They certainly are. Well, you've got that slight discrepancy between certain sides where you've got some sides treating the breakdown like a 7s breakdown and some treating it like a 15s, and suddenly you get these situations where they're just not playing the same sort of contest.
There you go, and sometimes just a numbers game, isn't it? You pile 3 or 4 into a ruck, chances are you'll get the ball back, you know, but it's a risk-reward. And it's a tied thing as well, because to have 3 or 4 in the breakdown, they've got to be close to the breakdown in the first place.
Well, you and I saw some tired bodies at the end of the group stages, let alone 2 games later. Some seriously tired young men out there right now. It's been an intense day. This is the 5th game of the day for these guys. And the ferocity that they've been absolutely going at it for.
The only bonus with this game, different to the one before, is that they know this is the last, right? So it's whatever's left in the tank, you can empty, knowing that in about 10 minutes or so, that's the end. That's the end of play for a week or so.
Brave bit of defensive work from Seaford there. No. Biggest man in the Haileybury team bearing down at full pace. Seaford covered though. Bowley, blood pouring from his nose. Steps on. Green shows his full array of skills. Big looping pass. Finds the man. And Seaford with a huge chance here, and they've rounded the last defender. They're going underneath the sticks, and it's all from that glorious pass from Bruno Perry. And I think down the left wing there, that'll be Elliot Passam. I can't quite tell from this distance, but the pass from Bruno Perry, wow.
A really nice bit of play. Actually, really nice kick from Haileybury to put Seaford under pressure, but good kick return by the Seaford winger, and then, like you say, that really lovely floated spin pass off the right hand, and just outflanked Haileybury, didn't it, on that occasion? And again, tired bodies. Perhaps they weren't as wide as perhaps the coach Michael Owen would have liked them, but credit to Seaford into the wind in this first half. An easy, opportune try to start with, but that really nicely worked for their second and take a well-deserved lead.
Absolutely, and for those of you watching on the live stream, you won't be able to tell, but from our commentary position, we were bang in line with that pass. And when it went in the air, it looked as though it could have been caught by any player from Haileybury or Seaford, just because of the angle that we were looking at it from. It looked probably far less calculated than it was, because as soon as it landed, you went, oh, okay, yeah, good pass.
You're absolutely right, yeah. A lovely pass. And credit to these schoolboys, you know, Marcus Smith would be happy with that pass playing for Harlequin. So, you know, to be doing it under fatigue at this stage of the day is tremendous to see.
I'll tell you what, you've just put in my head, I cannot wait to see Marcus Smith and Finn Russell going head-to-head. That is going to be brilliant. Meantime,
well, let's hope the weather's like it is today, Angus, and then we will see a good game.
Meantime, here at Seaford Southern Tens, it's the Vars final. Seaford College leading 12-0 against Haileybury. Seaford, of course, the home side, and they want to finish with a flourish. This is the final time that any of these Seaford College upper sixth boys will play on their home surface. So this is going to mean absolutely everything to these lads. And you can tell, look at the way they're piling into that breakdown, determined to catch that, chase down that loose ball. Haileybury, well, if they're going to be true to form, they might try and run this from their own try line. They may be better served to kick. Instead, they do even better and they get a penalty, but they go quick with it. Looking to make those quick early yards. Ball doesn't quite get a hand though, but fortunately for them, Seaford College weren't back 10. Now perhaps an air of calm will reign over.
Well, again, probably Haileybury guilty of not using this wind enough. That's the second tremendous kick we've seen from them. Twice 50-yard kicks, so they've just gained 100 yards of territory. But it's been all Seaford, hasn't it, really, in this first half. Controlling defence, accurate in attack, and incredibly competitive, both teams on the floor in the breakdown. But a couple of moments of magic from Seaford, the difference.
As open side Tom Sunray comes off for Seaford College, and if you guys missed our little chat before this game began, we were talking through some of the potential players of the tournament, and Tom Sunray is a player I absolutely should have mentioned and didn't. Sunray has been absolutely fantastic throughout this competition. Right, it's half-time here on pitch number 2 in the Vars final. Haileybury 0, Seaford College 12. Over on pitch 1, we've got the plate final between Epsom College and Brighton College. That's still going on, so if you want to take a couple of minutes to switch over to that, please do. But do remember to come and join us, because it looks good on me and Pete if we get your numbers watching us, so come on. stay with us. And then about 20 minutes time, 15 minutes time, we're going to have the cup final, the Seaford Southern Tens Cup final, and that is going to be Christ College Brecon against Trinity. Absolutely massive game. Here though, on pitch 2, it's half time. Seaford College leading 12-0 against Haileybury in the Vars final.
Johnny, get your backs to work hard on the offside. They're just pushing it outside. Going left. Taxi ready. Backwards, play on.
So, underway again. Underway again in the Seaford Southern Tens Vars final. Seaford College 12-0 up at half time. They're in possession again, and it's Bowley. Had that bloodied nose tidied up. That's in possession. He's given it to Green, who delivers a delicious offload off the deck. And another Seaford showing off all of the skills they've got at the moment. Through goes Perry. Yeah, that magnificent pass in the first half. Now he's showing us his running game. Bowley now with an all-court game of his own. Green. Apologies, not Green. Taylor Gale, I think that was. That is Green, though, on the charge. Now they ship it. Sam Wood looking to move it wide. Boyle back into Wood.
Let it go, get away.
Haileybury do a good job of slowing it down, but the referee decides not.
Knock on there.
We'll come back for the penalty.
Not rolling.
Almost got away with that.
Almost got away. Great start to the half again from Seaford. Running really strong, aren't they? I think the difference, moving it to an edge, but they're just running hard and with purpose rather than just moving it standing still and hoping the winger's going to do everything for them. They're really running strong and challenging those really, really tired Haileybury defenders. And definitely at this stage of the day, it's easier with the ball than it is without. I'd say early games in this tournament, it's actually probably easier without the ball. But at this stage of the day, you don't want to be defending. You want to have the ball in hand and have the destiny at your own mercy.
If anyone's in any doubt as to how much this means to some of these boys, I'm pretty sure I've just seen Will Bowley hand a tooth to the physio. He'll deal with that problem later. If his parents are watching, I'm not 100% sure it's a tooth, don't worry, but I think it may have been. He's certainly flying into that ruck with plenty of enthusiasm, as are his teammates. As Chad's, what a live wire he is around the fringes.
Play advantage, knock on,
Such a threat around the base, isn't he?
He is, yeah, it looks really dangerous. This sort of format really looks like it suits him.
Advantage over.
Haileybury again looking to go from deep. This time finding a bit of success. They get the offload away, and now we've got a bit of a foot race. Fullback's covering across. Bowley manages to get his man down, but it's a 60-yard gain for Haileybury.
Let it go, no!
And Pete, I guess that if you're going to run it, you've got to make that kind of yardage, because we've seen what you can get from a kick. So you've got to make those sort of yards. As now through they burst, and it's the fly half. Absolutely charging through.
Well, heartbreaking for Seaford, totally against the run of play, really. You know, 20 seconds ago, it was imminent that Seaford are going to score a try and a turnover, and Haileybury had gone the length. Again, some really tired bodies tracking back there for Seaford, and credit to them for making the effort, but they weren't setting time off that ruck, and a little step inside, and Haileybury are back in the game from nowhere really at all in this fixture, and they're only looking at a 5-point deficit.
Well, that's what we've seen throughout, isn't it? The game can change on almost nothing, and that could be the moment there from a Haileybury perspective. I think it might be Freddie Bayliss that got the try, but I'm afraid I'm not quite sure. Either way, a crucial moment for Haileybury. Seaford have rung the changes. Green has come off. Max Wiltshire, the big mobile number 8, has come off. Elliot Passam has come off. Bowley, I've seen, just come off. He's obviously decided he needs that tooth back. Haileybury to kick off then. Claimed well by that man, Perry, at fly half. Chads breaking through. Quiet little passage now. Sunray is back on and being made to work immediately in defence. Gets himself over the ball.
Knock on only, knock on only.
Another big looping pass, this time from Haileybury. Fine space, but yards are proving hard to come by for the men in purple. Now they make some, arriving at the ball at pace.
Well, the breakdowns become a little less competitive in this second half, and from nowhere, Haileybury seem to have strangled all the momentum back from Seaford, and are looking super dangerous as they're deep into the Seaford 22.
Haileybury, have they got a chance here to level things up? They have. It's a try in the corner. 12 points apiece.
What a finish. I love the skills. Seeing these schoolboys, the ball in one hand, diving for the line. And some nervous moments for Seaford. Probably the hardest kick of the day, with your right foot from the right touchline into a bit of a breeze. I'm going to give him an extra cookie if he manages to slot this one. But tremendous comeback from Haileybury. Again, at half-time, into the wind second half. You'd think they're dead and buried, and they haven't get their head down. They've kept belief, and the kick's gone narrowly wide. It's 12-all, and again, we're looking at the final. We're going into the closing moments, all square. What a great time to be playing.
So it was Hoyes that scored it. Hoyes that almost earned his cookie off you there. That almost drifted through. And as you say, it sets us up for a grand finale. 12 points each. We are beyond the red, I think.
And, with nothing to lose, Haileybury's game was strong, and all of a sudden the game's on the line, and all they needed was a kick similar to the last one, and instead he's put it out on the full, and giving Seaford a perfect opportunity to launch a tap.
Bowley chips it through. Clever play. Boyle now stabs it forward. It hits the post. Does he get it down? The referee has a big decision to make.
Not clear. We need someone behind the
He's saying no try. Boyle did not get the ball down.
So it's going to be attacking scrum.
Oh, it was Bobby and Weavy. It was so clever from Bowley. He tapped and then he stabbed it through. And then Boyle showed the pace to get through. The ball bounced off the post, and then it was a race for the try line. Could have gone either way. Both players dived on it. And the referee says we've got a 5-metre scrum.
Well, it's a tough call, isn't it? And if the ref can't be sure, it would be tough to give that against Haileybury. But the fair play is to give them the scrum put in. And again, a golden opportunity to score anywhere on the pitch. And I think this is the win, isn't it, for Seaford?
Absolutely. And Chads goes himself. Chads, he's been such a threat all game. Perhaps that one had to go, though.
Yeah, right decision from the ref. It's unpopular for the Seaford team, but again, tackle was complete and he's got back to his feet. He needed to release the ball. Referee's consistent. That happened in the first half to Haileybury. But again, another golden, the second time in this half. Golden opportunity for Seaford to win the game or to score a try, and they've missed that opportunity.
They might come back for another though. Bowley evades the first tackler, almost evades the second tackler. Big ruck, won by Seaford. Boyle now. Out to Green on the right touchline. Spills into touch. This game is on an absolute knife edge. It's been taken quickly by Haileybury.
Oh,
the tension.
Well, if you're Seaford, you don't want the full-time whistle to go because the position on the pitch they're in. If you're Haileybury, you kind of need a breath and maybe the extra time. But you know they've got the scrum put in. 12 all. I mean, at this stage, you've got to play for the win, right? You're not playing for the draw. So, but equally, although Haileybury got the ball, Seaford will be excited here about getting a turnover because they've got the whole pitch to defend. But that's a good thing for them, if that makes any sense. They've got 80 metres, the challenge is for Haileybury. Got to go 80 metres to score.
And Seaford have brought on the big guns. Green back on the field, but Haileybury in possession. Do or die either way.
No, Seaford.
I'll think of a try.
Haileybury keeping the ball alive. Offload gone. Ossibor gets the ball away.
No, leave it.
Breakdown is so heavily contested. Every single one is a potential game-winning moment. Scrappy ball now bouncing around. Haileybury don't chase up, rather Seaford don't chase up too hard on Haileybury. Green over the ball, does well not to compete too hard. He would have been off his feet.
Well, both teams are out on their feet, aren't they? Absolutely knackered. You can see there's no realignment from Haileybury. They're just too tired to get in position. But you've got to love the fight. Haileybury really dead and buried in this game, and they haven't stopped trying. And I think Michael Owen...
Haileybury intercepted. Seaford charging away. Henry Boyle, the big Irishman. The Irish Tuolangi, they call him. And he might just have won the Seaford Southern Tens Vars for his team, Seaford College. An interception. And it sounds like it's an equally close finish over on the other pitch in the plate. It's all going on here at Seaford College, and Seaford College win this Vars. Conversion successful, 19 points, 21 points to 12 rather, against Haileybury. What a dramatic finish that was.
Yeah, fantastic finish. Probably rightly deserving Seaford of that. The best team on balance. You've got to credit Haileybury's comeback in that second half, but the victory's gone probably to the deserved team. And as the hosts, who would deny them a trophy on the first inaugural Seaford Tens tournament. Many congratulations to them. I think they were drawn in probably the toughest group of the lot with Christ Brecon and Epsom College, but they've come into this other element of the competition and they've won it. So many congratulations to Seaford.
Absolutely. I said right at the start of the day that Seaford are the most honest side around because they gave themselves that draw. But they've come through it and got themselves a bit of silverware at the end of the day. Seaford College win the Vars at the Seaford Southern Tens, the inaugural Tens, beating Haileybury 19 points to 12. Now, please head over to the other live stream link where the plate has just finished up, and we will then be over to the cup final on pitch 1. So please leave this one and join us on the other link for the cup final, and that will be Christ College Brecon against Trinity for the Seaford Southern Tens final.